I'll never get over it. I will never forgive it. And the idea that there were Americans in this country, including your host, who at one point either faced job loss, did experience job loss and a business shuttered, or was threatened with it. The idea that any of us were held hostage by that stupid shot, that unscientific shot, that unscientific mask wearing. What an outrage. I hope this country never, ever loses its righteous anger over that era. Never, ever. Listen, I'll close on a happy note. Thank you. Your donations are rolling in here, and I cannot say thank you enough. We're gonna drive this sucker home. We're over the halfway point for our Angel Tree donation campaign, the Prison Fellowship ministry that we partner with every year. This helps get a present in the hands of a child who, again, through no fault of their own, has a parent behind bars this Christmas. Okay, they're paying their price, but kids shouldn't have to. This ministry is so special because it doesn't just give a gift to a child. It gives the parent the opportunity to send a note along with the gift, and it lets the child know mom or dad hasn't forgotten about them. They're thinking about them, even while they're away. If you didn't have an active parent in your life, or you lost a parent in your life, you know the meaning of a parent being active in your life and connecting with them and knowing that they care. It changes the trajectory of a child's life to know that a parent is actually thinking about them and loves them, even if they're not there. They also receive a Bible from Prison Fellowship, which, as you know, that's biblical. You plant that seed, you could change the direction of a child's life. I love what Prison Fellowship does. I love this organization. You can trust that they're doing God's work with the generous donations you give. $30 takes care of one child. ChrisStigall.com, click on the banner. I appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow. Did you know that Gen Z and millennials are leading the resurgence in church attendance? Yeah, that's right. New research out from Glue and Barna, as part of a State of the Church initiative, shows that Gen Z and millennials are now attending church more regularly than older generations, and that's a historic reversal in church trends. Well, at Glue, spelled Gloo, that's the center of all of this. They're the technology platform for the faith ecosystem, connecting you with the latest research, technology, and values-aligned AI that supports churches and ultimately human flourishing. Glue is on a mission to serve those who serve, the pastors, the leaders, publishers, and more in the faith ecosystem. Now that's high-tech for a higher purpose. You can help stay up to date with everything happening at Glue and across the entire faith ecosystem by texting JOIN to 46816. And when you text in, they'll send you the latest research from Glue and Barna about this historic church trend. Again, text the word JOIN to 46816.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
So Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data on a crazy...
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
A community in Utah who welcomed a young girl after she spent almost 1,000 days in the hospital makes today's Dean's List. The streets of Saratoga Springs were lit up with pink and purple, Sienna Barton's favorite colors, as the 5-year-old finally came home after nearly 3 years in the hospital. Sienna was born with only half a heart and had to go through so many surgeries along with being on a mechanical heart for more than 2 years as she waited patiently for a life-saving transplant. Her family finally got the good news this past summer with a match from Texas. Sienna's father says his daughter is alive today because a family chose donation. It was a long recovery, but on day 975, they were finally able to take their daughter home. The community supported them every day, from raising thousands of dollars for her medical travel and offering prayers, love, and support. Sienna's mom says she has found a constant source of strength from her neighbors and will never forget it. Janice Dean, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
He's is in court in person for the first time. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. The man accused of killing conservative activist Charlie Kirk, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, allowed to wear regular clothes and to keep shackles hidden from the cameras during today's hearing, which has just gone behind closed doors, as the judge hears arguments on several issues, including a request from state prosecutors for clarity on a gag order.
There may have been hundreds of eyewitnesses there that day, and the state wants the judge to clarify exactly who is going to be considered a witness and what anyone can and cannot say under this gag order moving forward.
Fox's Matt Finn at the courthouse in Provo, where Robinson was smiling and talking with defense attorneys before the judge moved into closed session. He's charged with multiple counts, including murder. Kirk was shot and killed in September during a public event at Utah Valley University. The head of Homeland Security facing pushback during a briefing for lawmakers on worldwide threats.
The House Homeland Security Committee heard from Secretary Kristi Noem, who defended the Trump administration's policies on immigration during a hearing that was interrupted multiple times by protesters shouting "Stop ICE raids" and "End deportations." She said migrants posed a major threat to the U.S., but also focused on other issues.
Our critical infrastructure faces a perilous landscape, largely driven by the impact of cyber attacks from bad actors and cyber criminals.
Some Democrats on the committee posed tough questions and called for her resignation.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. The White House says a search for solutions will continue after two health care plans fail in the Senate.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 48.
The same result for each one, not getting the 60 votes needed to advance. Democrats still pushing for an extension of Obamacare subsidies to avoid a spike in premiums coming soon. A Republican alternative would have shifted that spending to government-funded health savings accounts. America is listening to Fox News.
This holiday season, Subway turns up the crave with the limited time festive flavors collection. A lineup of 3 bold sub rings in beloved holiday flavors in handhelds with Subway's extra festive stuffing and cranberry sauce. Take a bite on the wild side with the Hampton, oven roasted turkey, ham, tender rotisserie style chicken layered with Monterey cheddar, herb stuffing, onion, sweet cranberry sauce, and mayo. Served on hearty multigrain bread. Or set the Friendsgiving feast abuzz with the festive turkey and the festive chicken. Put a fresh twist on holiday feasting. Only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
The holidays have arrived. More of us are out and about, creating even busier roads and longer traffic lines to get our shopping done. This is a friendly reminder to all motorists to be mindful and courteous on our island roads. You're partying? Have fun, but be sure to have a designated driver. No matter how busy or how much fun you're having, remember to drive safe. Someone loves you. This message is brought to you by Proline Automotive.
The White House says the U.S. is well within its rights to seize an oil tanker off Venezuela's coast.
President Trump claimed Wednesday that tanker is part of a Venezuelan oil industry that was sanctioned due to ties with Hezbollah and Iran. As it relates to the oil on board the vessel, the president was quoted as saying, "We keep it, I guess." White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt clarified that, saying there is a process to be followed.
The vessel will go to a U.S. port, and the United States does intend to seize the oil. However, there is a legal process for the seizure of that oil, and that legal process will be followed.
Leavitt did not elaborate on the process.
Fox's Gernal Scott. Leavitt also says the broader U.S. operation in the region is focused on many things, including stopping illegal drugs and enforcing sanctions. New U.S. sanctions just announced on 3 nephews of the Venezuelan leader and others, including a Panamanian businessman. Those sanctions meant to deny them access to any property or financial assets held in the U.S. and to penalize U.S. companies and citizens from doing business with them. A suspect now in custody after a Jewish teacher was attacked in Florida.
Police in Miami Beach were able to find and arrest 38-year-old Slemons Graves, who they say is the man who accosted a teacher on her way to the Lehrman Community Jewish Day School, spitting at her, slapping her, grabbing her phone, and calling her a dirty Jew. Steve Miner is the mayor of Miami Beach.
It's disgusting. Any type of hate crime, and certainly in this case when someone is targeted because they're wearing a Jewish star and then called names because they're Jewish and then attacked and hit, shattered their cell phone, it's horrific.
The teacher was wearing her Star of David necklace at the time. In Miami, Eben Brown, Fox News.
An hour to the close on Wall Street, the Dow's up 695. Record territory for the S&P as well, but the NASDAQ is in the red. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and all of us at Security Title want to wish you a joyous holiday season. We are grateful for your continued trust and support, and we look forward to serving you in the new year. May your homes be filled with warmth, laughter, and love this Christmas. From our family to yours, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Security Title, celebrating over 25 years as your trusted partner in real estate.
It's back! Celebrate 75 years of Payless Supermarkets with a $5 off fuel coupon to redeem at any 76 Circle K location when you shop and save at Payless Supermarkets. That's right, $5 off fuel with every $75 purchase at any Payless location. But hurry, this offer is only good from November 17th to December 31, 2025. So don't miss out. Stock up on groceries and hit the road with fuel savings from Payless Supermarkets and 76 Circle K. Minimum $30 fuel purchase required to redeem coupon. Some conditions apply.
Boss 104, Star 101, and The Point, in collaboration with Micronesia Mall, present the 2026 Health and Wellness Expo. Saturday, January 17th, from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. in the center court. Join us as we showcase an array of healthcare businesses to help guide you into a lifestyle of healthy habits and wellness. Booths are available now. If you're a business that specializes in eating healthy, exercising, being mindful, and more, call 888-7346 and connect with Doris, Daryl, Michelle, or Shanzi for more info about the 2026 Health and Wellness Expo. Call 888-RDIO.
13 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Sharp gift at the local shop or bladespikecrank.com.
Today and Good Morning Guam at 6:07 on Friday, December 12. I'm Donna DeSuze with a look at your local news on The Point. 68-year-old Albert Borja Lucena was charged yesterday after police accused him of breaking a meth pipe during a traffic stop. Lucena was stopped Wednesday afternoon in Derrida while driving a car with an expired 2012 registration tag. Police discovered he had an extensive arrest record with 26 prior arrests dating back to 1976. When confronted by police, Lucena tried to crush a glass pipe in his pocket, which later tested positive for meth. He was charged with possession, fraudulent use of a license plate, and destruction of evidence. He was ordered held on $3,000 cash bail. Meanwhile, a new audit shows the judiciary of Guam did not fully follow its own debit card policies, but still performed better than every other GovGuam agency recently reviewed. Auditors questioned over $18,000 in spending, mostly due to untimely purchase orders, incomplete quotations, and late reporting of unauthorized charges. The review covered about $173,000 in sampled transactions out of $684,000 spent from fiscal year 2020 to 2024. Question costs made up 10% of the sample and 3% of total spending, the lowest rate among 8 audited entities. Judiciary officials say most issues were clerical and have already been corrected, with stronger review procedures now in place. We'll have more news after this.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply.
The decade-long delay in rebuilding Simon Sanchez High School has prompted Senator Will Parkinson to introduce Bill 243 to reform Guam's procurement process. The bill aims to end the current automatic stay that freezes public projects whenever a bid protest is filed. Parkinson says this reform will protect legitimate challenges while preventing frivolous protests from stalling urgent projects. The new bill requires protesters to file a separate motion and post a bond equal to 2% of the contract value or $5,000, whichever is greater. If a motion to stay is filed, a decision must be issued within 10 days or it is automatically denied. If the protest is deemed frivolous, the bond will be forfeited to the government. And airlines in Korea are still flying to Guam even as planes take off nearly empty. A recent Korean air flight from Guam to Busan made headlines when only 3 passengers were on a 180-seat aircraft. This is due to a Korea Fair Trade Commission, or KFTC, regulation that requires airlines to maintain at least 90% of the seat supply they offered in 2019 despite low demand. Passenger numbers on the Guam route are currently half the level of 2019. High exchange rates, slow typhoon recovery, and cheap destinations in Vietnam and the Philippines have pushed travelers elsewhere. The KFTC may consider modifying the regulation if airlines formally apply. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Yeah, that's one of like 2 or 3 stories on exactly the same thing on just, how many of these planes are flying out here. As you said, virtually empty. Absolutely crazy when you stop and think about it. But I'm wondering, to what degree are they flying back to Korea empty? I mean, the fares have got to be just insanely low. And the question that I have is, why are we here? Shouldn't we be over there? Or just put everybody, let's go to Korea. It's cold right now, but, the kimchi's for us. Let's do it.
Like the cold.
Mostly sunny in the forecast today. Not going to be cold. Daytime highs about 87 degrees. East-northeast winds 9 to 14 miles an hour. Tonight's weather is calls for mostly cloudy skies and overnight lows of about 77 degrees. There's a 20% chance of rain. Now, some of that may have already fallen. As I take a look at the weather map, we'll see if we can get one of the Islet boys on the line to explain what the weather forecast is going to look like. But for right now, I'm looking at the satellite imagery, and it seems to me that we've got a little bit of a line of weather around just Guam right now. But as it moves off later in the morning and into the afternoon, I think that's going to get rid of any of the clouds and make sure we maintain mostly sunny in the forecast all the way through the weekend. Daytime highs tomorrow should be about 86 degrees, east winds up to 15 miles an hour. We'll see some gusts around 18 miles an hour, and largely the same for Saturday and Saturday night. Mostly cloudy skies in the forecast there. Partly sunny on Sunday with highs near 87 degrees, so you might want to get those grill marks locked in today. As I said, 20% chance of rain with a heat index today is going to feel like 92 degrees. If you're going on the water, just make sure that there are no rip currents and high surf advisories waiting for you. Sunrise this morning, not until 6:34. Sunset tonight should be about 5:55. There it is, news and weather together on 93.3 The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for over 70 years.
Bundle smarter, work better. When you're running a business, every decision counts. Now's your chance to make one that gives you more. For a limited time, get hybrid fiber internet up to 1 gig for as low as $125 a month. Plus, get up to 6 months of free internet and free Samsung Galaxy earbuds when you bundle with Docomo Pacific. Ready to get started? Try our free bundles calculator by visiting info.docomopacific.com/radio25. While supplies last, some conditions apply.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Gotcha. 613, Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Plus, Kim and Ron, the cool, good-looking team over at Security Title.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Everybody saw the picture. It's been floating around. I actually got mine from Tina. So there might be something to it. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you. Ultra thrilled to you know what I did last night? What? I went by Capitol Kitchen, hung out with Tina and Joey and everybody. And why? Because that was when it was when the guys over at PDN and Pika gave out the placards for Pika's best, and I got
the cute one.
Yeah, the cute one. Yeah. So
I like that. It's
nice,
purple.
you won.
What's that?
Oh, you won.
Yeah, we won.
Award-winning Ray Gibson.
Well,
I'm so
and
surprised.
93.3 The Point. I mean, it's so.
Did you get to eat? Was there food? How was it?
Yeah, yes. There, of course, there was food, and their award-winning sushi guy was out there cooking, making all kinds of sushi. They had exactly the right kind of Ray Gibson lumpia that was there. They had the crunchiest, super crunchy fried chicken. And
I like their shrimp biscuits.
Did not. It was just like fingery foods.
Oh, that kind of.
Yeah, that kind of thing. And they've got this salmon kellerwin that they do there. Yeah. It's really, really, really good. Anyway, so that was a good time had by all, and it was a kind of interesting conversation at a couple of different levels. One of them was, who else was there, Real Joe?
Who was there?
Former Speaker Therese Tulai of the 30 now Senator Therese Tulai of the 38th Guam. I know your favorite, and so I said good luck in the election.
Yeah, wink, wink.
And she says, "Well, hoping for your support there." And I thought, wait, hold on, wait. But
something happened.
Okay, so I didn't pursue it. I didn't pursue it. I think somebody I think Ricky got a picture of her and I, and then there were a couple of other people that I had talked to that had talked to her, and they said she's in.
Oh yeah,
she's in.
That's right.
I said, as in, Therese Tulai is going to be running for governor next year in 2000. I didn't know there's no with who. There is no with who yet.
Here we go.
I did not hear a with who.
You're supposed to get all the details. Everything. What kind of tea are you spilling here? Watered down tea. That's what.
I'm not working after 6 o'clock at night. I don't work after 6 o'clock at night. I just we're
gonna sort it out.
We can call her.
Yeah.
We know her number. But she had mentioned to more than one or two people last night that she's going to be putting her hat in the ring for 2026. Now, there were a few other people. Obviously, it's the December before the election year, and there's a lot of people that have been remarking how late everybody is to the game. By now they say by Thanksgiving, hell, by 2000, by the what is it, Liberation?
Yeah,
we should have started seeing a whole lot of the saber rattling and the cage rattling, and for a couple of people we did see that, but
we always come late.
Well, because you want to see what's going on. You want to see what's going on. So maybe it is possible that maybe the thing that triggered her to make a decision and cling to that decision now is the where's the pictures? There it is. The standby. Please join us for a special announcement. Friday, December 19th, 2025, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. at Fort Apugan in Agana Heights. Signed, Josh and Tina. It's on the screen right now. No doubt everybody's got this in their phones. Everybody got this in the WhatsApp. They're
starting a business together.
This in the
Joe sent it to me yesterday. I'm like, well, there it is.
This and that plug for 2 free dinners over at Longhorn. Did you see that?
No.
Oh, you haven't gotten that?
I got the free dinners, huh?
I want to see that.
Okay, but I think it's a scam. I think it's a scam. So my buddy Jeff was following it around, and it asked for all kinds of information, and the location where the website is, where it's gathering the information, is like Africa or someplace.
Okay,
maybe.
Then it's legit. It's from Somalia.
Gotta be. But anyway, so it's Fort Apugan since 1800. Fort Apugan has been a place where Guam projects her strength, looking out on our capital city and the vast possibilities beyond the horizon. Today, its views, bro. Since whatever with the Fort Apugan thing.
Fort Apugan made out with so many chicks there.
Yes, exactly. That's a makeout spot. It is a. You guys are going to be making your special announcement at a makeout spot. Hey,
we got caught by the cops there,
right?
And they knew your dad.
Flashlight patrol. Today, its views include the island's centers of politics, commerce, tourism, and homeless people in Agana, and sits in between Government House and Naval Hospital. There's no better place to begin this journey than a landmark that so perfectly represents both the importance of our past and opportunities of the future. I'm sorry, I got to wipe my...
Yeah, there you go.
Sometimes when I get into that voice, it's kind of...
I'm salivating too.
It's kind of spitty. All right, where was I? There's no better place to begin this journey than a landmark that so perfectly represents both the importance of our past and our opportunities of the future, and we hope that you will help us mark yet another occasion at this most special site. Where
it is
so
special.
many
Best
lost
village ever.
I saw I was reading the left side because that's the part I can actually see, right? I was wondering, like, why there? And then I read the thing. I'm like, okay, I get it now.
I wonder how many people lost their virginity there.
Many.
What?
Many.
Anyway, Josh, Donald Trump wants his tie back. I know where that tie came from.
Yeah.
So I'll see if I can find it. But there's it
Nice.
looks like the same tie that I wore when we first started doing this show. And one of the things the scam was talk is cheap, and I pretended like I was out running for office, and I'm out there doing the wave and everything. And so I did a photo shoot over at Calypso, and so I had a suit, and the guy comes up. He said, "No, you got to wear this tie. It's this color red that you have to wear."
Oh,
And I'm like, okay,
one of those guys.
I said, this looks familiar. Where'd it come from? He says, that's the same one we used for Ray Tenorio.
So,
And I said,
so they went to the same photo place.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I got to ask the guy. But anyway, 20 after 6 o'clock in the morning, is it possible that as this made its way through all of the different WhatsApps, maybe that was the thing that Therese said, you know what? It's my turn.
Yeah.
It's my turn now. And
now you've done it.
And now she told everybody, and so
That was the straw.
What was the conventional wisdom before when we were all just kind of talking out in the cold about it? Is it was going to be Therese Terlai and Chris Barnett.
Yeah.
Arguably, and the man and woman of political steel, if you ask me. I mean, I honestly, I can't think of anybody that doesn't like or did not vote for Therese Terlai.
That's true.
And in the Democratic primaries, as well as in the general election when you were allowed to cross over. I think she gets a lot of support from the Republicans. Yeah. This is going to be interesting. Of course, Chris Barnett, everybody likes him.
Heck yeah.
Yep.
It's the number one star.
Yeah, okay. That's what I threw it out there, like almost a question.
Grab the mic.
Grab the mic from Will Parkinson.
Grab the mic.
So it's maybe things are shaping up to be an interesting political season. So Auntie Bennett, give me the census. Give me the census now.
Popcorn ready.
It's popcorn right now. We're going to get have at Disneyland, the salt and pepper popcorn. That's the good stuff there. And all kinds of the turmeric-flavored popcorn. It's yum. Anyway, 6:21 in the morning. As I said, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. Lots and lots going on in my head. Lots in the table of contents here today. Although one of the things that I'm looking at, normally I wait until about 7:30-ish to start talking about the markets. But I've got to say, today is a massive day. Dow Jones Industrial Average. You ready for this, guys?
Oh, ready.
48,728. It's a monster. Up by 670 points. Record territory, ladies and gentlemen. Trump does it again. At least that's what I'm going to say. Not everybody is up. I mean, NASDAQ is down, but they're down at 23,500. And great time to look at your 401s if you've got things indexed to the S&P 500 68.99. Not a great day for Bitcoin. We'll talk about those numbers and more a little bit later on. But there just seems to be a little bit of excitement going on in the markets here today. And at 48,738, there might be cause to call your broker, call Beaver, and say, hey, how much can I sock away some more money in this? Have I hit my limit here for the year? And see what's going on. There's a bunch of other stuff in the meme machine. I'll explain that in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, let me just go over introductions at 6:22. My name is Ray Gibson, RAYGIBSON. It is the Ray Gibson Show, but I'm not alone here in the delivery of the late-breaking news and fascinating stories. Real Joe helps out a lot. He gets the phone when you call it 888-8255-888-TALK. That's a phone number around here. One of a dozen different ways that you can get your thoughts and opinions near a microphone or near the airwaves. So that's one way to do it. The other way is show me your memes. 797-8255.
Yeah, let me see.
As I said, this is the one that was floating around in a bunch of places yesterday, and maybe there's a couple of other memes that I might have access to this morning. I'm looking at the thing. I do not have a meme ready from myself right now, but I do have a picture of Dr. Nguyen and I.
Oh, solid.
Yeah.
Solid dude right there.
I don't
Dr.
know.
Nguyen.
I don't know who the girl is. She wanted to take the picture, and I said, no, it's okay. We got to pretty this thing up. Otherwise, it's just a couple of two old guys. So hop into the picture, and so he had a good day. I guess they're Pika's best too.
Absolutely.
Over in America.
No doubt.
Yeah. So you got that. And then Trina Masfina sent this. Apparently, next week there's going to be a thing. We'll get her on the phone or in the studio because she's fun to look at. Holiday Chamorro plate and bake sale Wednesday, November the 12th, 10:30 to 1. Chamorro plate, $20. The bake sale's $3 to $12, and they got mango de Nancy between $5 and $10.
I can never go to that because I'm at the shop. Trina, bring food.
Yeah. Well, wait, hold on a second, because it's from 10:30 to I don't know, maybe there's Maybe we can go. I don't know. I don't know. Oh my God, the schedules are just getting crazy. I mean, it seems like every time I open my email, there's an invitation to go someplace or go to a wedding or something like that. I got. Oh my God.
Tell them you're ringing the bell. That's my excuse lately.
Okay, Dave Herrera added me yesterday to a WhatsApp chat, and it's a WhatsApp chat for a major wedding that is coming up on the 20th of December. And I got to the thing, and within 5 minutes, it was one of these chats, and it was all everybody's saying, congratulations on the wedding, best of luck to you, da-da-da-da-da, and it was 100 messages in like 5 minutes. So Dave, you know, I hate to say this, but I already know, don't need another invitation, and I'm already in plenty other chat groups, so this one's going to be gone on the 21st, so I just left early. And I hate doing that. You ever get that feeling?
Yeah.
Like when you leave a WhatsApp chat, you just get that like, wow, okay.
That was personal.
Yes, you did. Yes.
Yeah, bro.
They're gonna hate
I want to
me.
leave it too,
These
but I'm
people
invited
are gonna
now.
hate me. There was prayer and gospel-y things in there. Now people are gonna say you left the chat because you hate God.
Yes.
I know I hate God. I'm already in lots of chat. I even archived it. But it's still bombing on the other side of the archive. So
congrats.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and I know I'll be there. I'll sincerely it, on behalf of my family. I just can't take another one of these WhatsApp chats. Anyway, so 6:26 in the morning. There's other ways that you can get your stuff on 7978255. If you've got memes that you'd like to share, something funny that you saw in the thing. I don't know if it's funnier than Tina and Josh making their announcement at Two Lovers Bar at Fort Apugan. But anyway, so you got that, and then Donna's going to take care of news and headlines all morning long. We're not going to do them now. I'll get around to doing that before too much longer. But anyway, Donna's going to be in charge of that. You've got any stories that you want to share with us, by all means, go ahead and do that. I did get, maybe I do have another thing that I can send. My friend Marilu, who's very, very observant of things. This is also floating around in her chat. Now, you know what it looks like? It looks like one of those things where it's where you're supposed to check and see which one of these fill in the square with the I'm not a robot.
Yeah.
CAPTCHA.
Yep.
It looks like a CAPTCHA,
Yep.
right? Which it looks like a CAPTCHA picture. Like which one? Block off all of the things that look like traffic signals. But it's not the traffic signals per se, I think, that has got her interest in this picture. It's in between the traffic signals. There's a couple of things. One of them looks like that little gizmo that when the ambulance turns on the siren.
Yeah, it reads everyone out.
It reads everyone out. Right.
So it can go.
That allegedly still works. But underneath it looks like there's something like a camera. I don't know.
Right?
So apparently this is floating around. I can't make out the area. Maybe. Well, wait a second. Yeah, I can make out the area. That looks like right in front of Take Care. That's the Take Care building, isn't it? Down at the bottom of the picture?
I'm not sure.
Come on, Joe. Use your spidey sense.
I could be wrong,
I
man.
believe that is the intersection. That may be the ITC intersection.
You're right.
Is it possible that they're
Yes.
going to be launching some kind of traffic cam situation
You're
there?
doomed.
Are we looking for speeders?
Absolutely,
Are we looking
yeah.
for red light runners?
Yeah.
Are we looking for people driving around with a tap mat?
Yeah, checking VIN numbers too.
Yes. Yeah.
If you're on your phone, you're busted.
Yeah, but
We'll see you.
maybe there could be. I don't know. Maybe just ask
who owns that.
DPW, CPD, maybe. I don't know. 6:28 in the morning. He didn't return our calls. But anyway, so
I love him.
So Pika's best divorce lawyer was there last night.
Jay.
I
love him too.
Yeah. And so between me and him and a couple of friends, we were making bets on how many of his clients were in the room.
Oh, yeah.
How many people had he helped out with a divorce were in the room? And he says, well, it works like this. He says sometimes it's I run into my clients. Oftentimes though, I run into my clients' exes.
Yeah.
Is it a little uncomfortable, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, so if you got anything else that you want to add to it, it's 888-8255, Mean Machine 797-8255. I'll be looking at the comments on Facebook Live and YouTube and see if there's anything interesting that's happening in your social media world that you would like to share in that particular case. In the meantime, what do we got to take care of? No, that was it, right? That was it? I introduced everybody?
Yeah,
you got it. Okay, we'll say good morning to all these red light runners here.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Everybody knows your name. They'll know your name as you pass under that thing at the ITC building. They just say, there's who's that? That's that guy. That's not his wife.
Get the link to that camera,
Quick, snap a picture. Yeah, that would be cool. Get a link to the camera and just show it off.
Yeah.
See, now I got all those questions. Didn't they used to have at Master Control over at DPW? This is like 17 typhoons ago, but they had a bunch of these lights that were put on the a lot of cameras that they put at all the light trees. But the idea was so that they could get an idea of how bad traffic was in some places, and then make accommodations. So if traffic, if like unusual, we know what traffic is supposed to look like in drive time, right? But if it was starting to get busy in odd times, like for an accident or a landslide on Marine Corps Drive, then they could modulate the traffic patterns to accommodate it so that traffic wouldn't build up in these spots. But like I said, I think it all got took down in a typhoon. But there was rumor running around at that time that these cameras weren't just looking at shapes, but they were capable of actually seeing into the vehicles.
Oh my God, legs!
OMG! Hey, there's legs there. Hey, and there was looking, and maybe there were pictures and videos that were sent to people like, I don't know, Jay Areola, help you out with the divorce, bro. Anyway, 6:30. What is it? 6:31 already. All right, let me just zoom up to the top. Auntie Bennett, Lohan Duenas, no surprise at number one here. And I'm going to look and see if she's going to give me the lineup now as the modifications have been made. So it will be Josh and Tina. Official announcement 5 this afternoon, and then we've already got the official. What's that? Is it? I don't know. The days all run together in my head these days. It's yeah, okay, the 19th. Okay, next Friday is when they're going to be doing it. Are we going to go? We should go.
I hope so.
You think Lou will be there?
That's right up the street from my house.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay.
You can
Anyway,
park at my spot.
So we got Josh and Tina, the official announcement next week. Unofficial announcement last night from Therese Terlai, though there's no running mate attached. And then we got Joe S. and Santa Claus on the Democrat side.
Wild, man.
All right. Republican side is Tony and EJ.
Yes.
And Frank Blas Jr. and Mary Okada.
Oh, man.
There's room for another team on the Republican side. Let's go.
Heavy hitters.
Let's bake this thing all the way. Anyway, so Auntie Bennett will give us the full lineup later on. In case I've missed anybody, there's Joe Kai saying morning woostig neighbors. And G4S 2025, Pica's best security company, absolutely. Henry Manglotnia is there, Lori with a Y. I got Andre Gloria Sinodo.
Good morning, Dre.
LFG, he says, and he's got 3 fire emojis right after that. All right, so barbecue weekend. Yeah, what are we cooking? Half a day to you, my bud. Lori, like I said, with the Y is online. Stephen Blake.
Real guy.
It's so true.
Hey, good morning, guys.
I see Ken Augustin hanging out in the Gizmo, as well as Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King. JB, San Nicolas saying good morning all. And Friday, here's the countdown from JB. Says 12 days, 17 hours, 57 minutes between now and the birth of our Lord and Savior Jesus H. Christ,
just
best
enough time.
president ever. Jessica S.E. Cruz says mushy mushy. Tony and Annette and Pinko Addy. You know, Real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last. Vice Speaker. And Pica's best funeral home director, but he wasn't there last night.
He wasn't there.
He wasn't there.
He'll be there next time.
I don't think that's going to be the voice of Tony Adams.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't think it's going to
John Moffness.
Yeah. Aren't they doing Joshy's campaign?
I have no, man. Who's doing whose campaign?
Everybody
Who's
said.
behind the
That's what they
scenes?
said.
Tony Sanford? What?
Ismail Velez, Attorney General Pam Bondi said a joint operation.
Oh, yeah.
With the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Homeland Security Investigations, and the United States Coast Guard, with support from the Department of War, executed a seizure warrant for a crude oil tanker that was allegedly being used to transport sanctioned oil from Venezuela and Iran. Far-reaching. I mean, I've read a couple of paragraphs and stories that are related to this, and it's not just going to be Venezuela, Iran, etc. There's a bunch of other, because apparently they were selling this oil to places like Cuba. Cuba is already short of fuel for electrical generation. These people, they may only have like 4 or 5 hours a day of electricity in Cuba. Hey, isn't communism great, kids?
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Hey,
and
look at us.
Yeah. So there's going to be ramifications of this. And the word that I got this morning was that they are looking to seize yet more of these oil tankers. This is a major declaration from the White House that guess what? In this hemisphere, you know who's in charge?
Who's in charge?
Donald Trump. J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, and me. Carol Ann Prune says, wow, lots of new names. I love that. I met a guy last night. He was picking up an award, but they just took the picture. I didn't see where he got the award from. His name is Zach. And
oh, nice.
Zach, yep.
Strong name.
Bro, sleeve tattoo.
Yeah.
Sleeve tattoo, high and tight haircut.
Okay.
And in Chamorro, the word is totlang, tall, lanky. And he was wearing a Charlie Kirk T-shirt.
Oh, solid.
And I didn't get a chance while he was taking pictures to say, right on, buddy. But as we were walking around towards the end, I was walking out, he was walking, and I said, I just got to shake your hand. Great shirt. Thank you very much. And he looks at my placard. He says, oh, my God, you're Ray Gibson. I said, yeah. He said, listen, love your show. Love your show and listen all the time.
Yeah, I know
and
you.
The appropriate response is, Zach, thank you very much. That never gets old. We work very, very hard to keep you entertained and informed. And he says, it works. And I said, I'll take that back to Donna and Joe in the morning. Lou Mendiola online. We're all strong because of Eric Chong. Nice to see Francis Duffy. Alicia Duenas Anderson saying good morning from the family. There's Nate Horn. Korea is beautiful right now, says Alicia Duenas Anderson. That's nice to hear. And like I said, we know that these guys have got empty airplanes that are flying out. They've slashed rates all over the place to encourage more people to ride their lay-flat economy. Lie-flat economy seats is what they're calling, because you can just lay down in the plane, because there's nobody else around. For Ron Castro, Jerome McDonald online from stateside. Ruben Mortera saying buenas. Good to see you. Edgar Tamamak saying good morning, Guam. TGIF and half a day point family. Half a day back to you, Brett. Margaret Estacchio saying good morning. Keena McCausland says no football tonight.
She's in the States, huh?
Because they're going to play on Christmas Day. They're doing that. Elizabeth Mendiola Kitsutsu. There's Christine Oliver unsing into the weekend. Anna Marie Pelobello says half a day and good morning. Anthony Bennett Lujan Duenas says Blas Okada 2026. Gilbert Glenn in Knoxville, Tennessee is celebrating the fact that it's Thursday there and Friday here. Johnny Utah, also stateside. Florida weather great going today. Love ya, Guam. And a beautiful day. Brother Ted Utsan this morning. And Tattoo Shana Fujikawa hitting us up with 1, 2, 3 coffee emojis here. Sir Ease with a Barbie joke that I'm not going to read on the air. EOD Kaboom is online.
Was.
Absolutely. We'll start there. Hey, EOD, go check out Fort Apugan. Eddie Cruz. Sharky, election season going to get interesting. Yes, it is. I got a feeling with so many of the names that are floating around that, yeah, there could be some interestingness. This would be one of those times where, wow, we only got the one daily newspaper. Wouldn't it be great if there were two? So you can have like dueling advertisements. I guess you're going to have to put all your ads on the actual radio here these days. Maria Duenas Perez checking in from Paris Wood. That rounds out all of the Facebook side, YouTube side. Huge population, growing population here. Stephen Klein is there. Adult Supervision, MP Ogo online, Tommy Garcia, Donna Marie, Guam USA, Tattoo Sean Gumatauta saying good morning from Talafu. RU Kaduku 671 says happy Friday, Cluckers. You be careful now.
Oh, wow. That was close.
Says, remember, this is a native-only channel. What is that? I don't know. Ask Will Parkinson. He knows exactly what that means. Donna Marie, I saw something on KUAM News, but I didn't get the whole story. It's okay. Neither do I. 65-year-old male high on meth. Who are these people? Actually, 671. He's 68 years old. The guy that you're talking about got busted by the cops and resisted arrest. What was the word? He tensed up. They tense up.
Yeah, he got my gut day.
Yeah, what is it? Now, what do the cops do when you tense up? They give you a little tap on the stomach here, a little wake up. Hey,
attitude adjustment.
There it is. Police.
Just a little attitude adjustment.
Lucena was. They wanted to get him out of the car. Police observed pre-flight indicators such as Lucena having his hand on the gear shifter and looking at his keys, prompting an officer to remove the keys from the ignition to prevent him from driving away. He eventually stepped out of the car but reached into his back pocket, leading police to suspect that maybe he had a concealed weapon.
Oh, boy.
They instructed Lucena to keep his hands out of his pocket. He quickly tried to hide a glass pipe. Despite multiple commands to drop the pipe, he tensed up, moved the pipe from his right hand to his left hand, and attempted to crush it in his hands. Police heard the sound of glass breaking and later found that Lucena broke part of the pipe. After a struggle, the officer was able to forcefully take control of Lucena's arm, resulting in the pipe dropping to the ground, et cetera, et cetera. They busted him for possession, fraudulent use of a license plate, and destruction of evidence as a misdemeanor. According to the folks that did the story, this guy's got a rap sheet going back to the 70s. 68-year-old Albert Borja Lucena. Now, if that name sounds a little bit familiar, maybe, I don't know, maybe he stole your car, broke into, but got your CB radio in 1976 because he wanted to have his own convoy or whatever. It might be familiar because he was the guy that was involved in a story just a couple of weeks ago. And I remember we talked about this. Cops met 2 assault complaints in Tamuning. They met with Laura Santos, noted she was bleeding from the mouth, stated she was struck in the face 3 times by an individual known to her. She identified Baby Joe Taimanglu, the juggernaut Taimanglu. When asked by the police, V1, that's Laura, confirmed that the defendant is a professional PXC fighter, had difficulty speaking due to the severity of her injuries. Further, on or about the same date, GPD met with Albert Borja Lucena, who related the following, that he was on his property when he witnessed his friend on the ground being assaulted by an individual known to him to be Joey Taimanglu, Baby Joe. He attempted to intervene to stop the assault, but was then punched several times in the face. He told officers that he's an old man, 68 years old, had little chance versus a professional fighters. They noted injuries to include a deep laceration, 1 inch in length between the eyebrows, complaints of pain and redness in the face. This is the same guy that tensed up, tried to break the bulbous end of the pipe and evade arrest by the police, is the same guy that got beat up by Baby Joe. Allegedly got beat up by Baby Joe.
What's the common denominator?
Probably crystal methamphetamine.
Wow,
that might be it. See, it never says. It doesn't say what they were arguing about. That there was an argument and somebody was getting their ass kicked. That's all it says in the case, but it doesn't necessarily say that it was probably related to crystal methamphetamine, as most things are these days. Welcome to Lou's Guam. Where are we? Donna Marie, are you Kaduku? There's my team driven to succeed. A bill to reform the procurement process now after all these years, always reactive versus proactive. Nothing new. Insanity continues. Team-driven to succeed. We agree with you, but I can only agree with you in part. This is not the first time they have attempted to take control of the wayward procurement system that we have on Guam that has held us back low these many decades.
Yeah, roadblocks.
All you got to go and find which one? Tom Atta, not Tony Atta. Tom Atta, who tried desperately to work out some procurement fixes, working with a couple of private sector guys that know what they're doing. Legal Eagles. One of them, John Thomas Brown, literally wrote a book on procurement here on Guam and how to successfully navigate it. But it changes often enough. And these guys put together classes. And people in the government of Guam that have any procurement authority at all are supposed to attend these classes. I don't know if they've. We ought to check the attendance on that. Let me see. Kevin says the house is looking spiffy. Almost. I was trying to spiffy it up some more yesterday, and then it started raining, so I took a long nap. Ron Castro's there. Lonnie Solis, Bad Boy 671 Guam Barbecue says TGIF. Donna Marie says she needs a public speaking coach. Donna says, why, Tina, why? And also wants to know, is that a Hello Kitty shirt? No, but it is a kitty. There's a Japanese neko, and there's sushi and sashimi here. And the thing, who else is online? Okay, there's people are writing long ones. Silver hit $64 today, another all-time high. Silver miners up $7. Leslie St. Nicholas, Manny Paris saying good morning, good to have you online. J Areola 55, half a day from the Guam History in Pictures. Oh, that one, that Areola, right on. I love the work that you guys do there. Josh Denorio. Is Guam's Tim Walls. says Sakatsu.
Oh, wow.
What a compliment. Bald jazz hands, baby, says, are you Kaduku 671? So we're all frisky is what's going on. Everybody, we're all admitting to a certain level of friskiness, and that's all right. Smug Wimp says, cool shirt, right on. Horrendous Connection says, Johnny, Utah, open game for Senators. Tattoo Shauna says she loves the shirt. As usual on Fridays, I always try to wear a shirt that I think is going to tickle Tattoo Shauna. Mission accomplished. 644. Donna D with news and headlines. Attorney General Doug Moylan coming up.
The Commission on Decolonization is seeking public donations for its March exhibit at the Guam Museum. The exhibit will focus on Guam's push for self-determination and will feature President Franklin Roosevelt's EFIT walking stick. The exhibit will also include the desk of Guam's first U.S. House delegate, Antonio Borja Wampat, and letters from former Senator Angel Santos. Donations of historical items such as letters and photos will be accepted through the end of December. Meanwhile, the nuclear aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln arrived on Guam yesterday for a scheduled stop during its Western Pacific deployment. The visit, which follows the USS George Washington's arrival on the 1st, strengthens operational readiness. The Navy stated the stop reaffirms its commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific. And JFK and Simon Sanchez High Schools earned national recognition from the National Oceanic. I feel like something's missing. What's the A?
National Oceanographic Atmospheric Administration. Yeah, I think. Just say NOAA.
NOAA. The schools were recognized for their environmental leadership through the Ocean Guardian School Program. The student teams completed over 1,000 service learning hours aimed at reducing marine debris. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
All right, normally we'd look at traffic, but it's far too early to have any kind of traffic out there. And I don't want to keep the Attorney General waiting any longer than it takes to play his jingle.
Doug Moylan, he's the toughest AG on crime. Doug Moylan.
At 6:46 in the morning, and Attorney General Doug Moylan, Buenos and Hafa Day. Welcome to Friday, sir.
Hi, Merry Christmas.
Yes, and indeed, Merry Christmas to you. It says in the front page of today's Guam Daily Post, AG responds in declaratory judgment, says governor is forum shopping. Next to that, there's another story with your name in it. AG files a reply in the hotel contract case. And frankly, I don't really care about the tussle between Lou and you and the procurement and all of that stuff. I think you're doing what you're supposed to be doing when it comes to being able to bring in people that can work for you in your office. The hotel contract case, that one is a little bit closer to my heart because despite the fact that there's all these commissions, boards, and agencies that are supposed to be seeing the homeless, you're the only one that seemed to have a plan, and the people that are supposed to be taking care of the homeless decided that they didn't want you to be able to execute your plan and put a stop on it by questioning your ability to procure the hotel arrangement. So I wanted to find out what exactly was the nature of the reply on that, and now have we rebalanced this in favor of common sense and taking care of people that don't want to be homeless?
Well, you know, Ray, the true test of a leader is to get something done. And all the governor has done, and we pointed this out to the Supreme Court, is come up with 1,000 different reasons why you can't get something done. These excuses, these putting things in our path, but more so the behavior of a mafia, the idea that she's using your money and my money to throw impediments in front of an attorney general and our staff and our team that's trying to help exactly what we're prosecuting, people in those homeless camps that are drug addicted, that we get all these social workers falling off their chairs and writing letters to the editor whenever we point out the problems, the panhandling. This is all related. So we're asking the Supreme Court, look at that procurement law. Why is it that on this contract versus how many governors have we had since 1970 and how many procurements since 1984 when that procurement law was made that the governor didn't sign any of those procurement contracts? Sure. And especially the purchase orders. You go to DOA, they say thousands of purchase orders every year are being processed without the governor's signature. So why is it that on this one, when Douglas Moylan and his staff were addressing exactly what everybody was complaining about on the homeless encampments and so forth, that should come in of all the things to fight us on, for something where we can all get together and try to fix a problem.
Where we should. Where the homelessness, it got so bad that homeless people moved into Alupat Island, No running
Exactly.
water, no facilities for them to be able to take care of, relieve themselves, and I don't know how they were getting food delivered to them. And finally, it took. They said they were watching it last week, and finally, multiple agencies coordinated a cleanup, and it shouldn't get to this. Now, the telling thing, the story from KUAM says the Division of Homelessness and Poverty Prevention was ready to assist with outreach services, but there was no one there during the actual cleanup.
Exactly. You know, this is where that mafia I'm talking about, the social work mafia, these people, you see it in the States, right? Like the education department, they become a bureaucracy, they become a gang that basically anyone that questions them and they're having a degree on the wall that says they're social worker or that they're trying to help people, they've got a license on it. No, the ability to help everybody, the ability to help these people is everybody's responsibility, especially in the government. And that's what I'm fighting against. This is institutionalized type of, and I'll name it, they're social workers. There's certain social workers that are in charge of these organizations. They're aligned with the governor. They're in the governor's office. You just look at those social workers all around them. They don't like it when somebody lets them know there is a better solution to this and that we all can do it. We did it in February and March of 2023 when I came into office, when we cleaned up that homeless encampment in next to the mall. We had DPW, GPD, all the Department of Labor. We had everybody there, including especially the mayors. And after we did good there, all of a sudden, crickets from the governor's office. Whether they didn't like the fact that the AG's office came up with the idea to actually shut these places down and get them help, Ray, and that help was temporary assistance, immediate assistance, and get a job. 3 words, get a job, like the rest of us. That is the solution to the homeless problem. Hawaii and California, what? They're bringing in their bulldozers. They're not even trying to help these guys. They're just cleaning up their encampments. We have a plan, and it can be implemented tomorrow. The governor got off her vindictive behaviors that she's exhibiting with our money. We could fix this island very quickly.
Well, and the worst thing about it was, and going back to that particular case, the worst thing about it is that some of these social workers and social groups found out what you were going to do, went in there to these camps and told everybody that they were going to be rounded up. And so they ran away. So by the time you did get there, there was only a handful of people, and they said the same thing to everybody else. Now that we've got a major homeless problem here on Guam, and there is a hotel that is willing to take these guys in. Can you imagine that? That's the state of the way things are these days. Finding a hotel that is willing to take these people in and give them someplace to sleep and take a shower.
They're still talking about that apartment building that they were giving the excuse when I took office. That, we have this project we're getting the funding for it. Well, wake up, guys. Biden is no longer part of the administration of D.C. It's Trump. He does not give a hell about these homeless. He wants them out there. Either you get a job or you're out of that camp. That is his approach. But it's the way our grandfathers approached the problem. It's like World War II. All of our people, we were faced with either getting shot by the Japanese or getting off your ass and start protecting yourselves, to start working. These homeless people are the dregs of society. We need to give them the path, an actual path, to become part of our community again. And that's get a job. That idea that work brings dignity. And that's what the Dignity Project was.
Even a little bit of work.
The Supreme Court of Guam sees that.
And even a little bit of work. Before too much longer, we may find ourselves in the same position as a number of other states. I saw this last night in the socials. Hawaii now, believe it or not, Hawaii has joined a few other states in the process now of controlling what it is that people are allowed to buy with their food stamps. I don't know if you'd seen this yet, but
no more junk food, no more.
Yeah, all of that stuff, and so they're not going to be allowing. I've got to get a handle on this story because it is moving around. Hawaii among 6 states who have approved limiting food stamp items, and I agree with this. It is a nutrition program. That's what they call it. It's a supplemental nutrition assistance program, and it's not there to buy heavy sugar laden teas and processed some things in the form of snacks that have got got either loaded with more sugar or loaded with salt and all kinds of other preservatives and
Kennedy.
chemicals that the kids don't need.
Right.
6:53 in the morning. Interesting conversations floating around here, and I know that Congressman Moylan says that he supports Will Parkinson's gesture in a recently introduced bill that would provide for some kind of vote on self-determination. You've been in and around the conversation for as long as I have. Well, what are your thoughts on moving forward?
You want to fix this, Ray?
Yeah.
You want to fix this? We spent how many, 40 years on these equal protection violations at the Guam legislature. You want to fix it?
Let's fix it.
You get the entire government, the leadership of this island, to go camp themselves out in D.C., in Congress, and get them to pass a piece of a statute. Put it on the Organic Act. If you want to have only the Chamorros, and by defining them, Ray, we're all mutts now. Everybody is
We're all mutts.
Every darn, we're booty dogs. We're all mixed in with every other nationality in Asia, Europe, you name it. We've got it in our ancestries. They're using a political determination, right? 1950 and so forth. That was the idea back in 1980s or whenever they did the plebiscite of self-determination. Stop messing around with the local legislation. Go to Congress. Congress did it for the American Indians. Congress did it for Hawaii. You need to get Congress to decide how we determine our future. But I will say this, there is some merit in it because you and I will be 6 feet under by the time that these guys get their act together.
Well, can you imagine the people in the legislatures in the past that put all of this together? How many of them are still around and still with us? After it's almost 30 years since the latest change on that, and then we got Dave Davis, who I thought made it very, very clear what was constitutional, what was unconstitutional about the way we were doing things back then. 6:55 in the morning. Attorney General Doug Moylan, appreciate the time. I'll see you. I'll hope to see you this weekend somewhere.
You too, Rick. Thank you.
That's the 888-8255, 888-TALK. I knew that I was going to get some kind of a response, a little bit of a rise, and you could hear it in his voice where it was clearly something that he was waiting for somebody to ask him about. It's 6:55 in the morning, and towards the end of the what's the name of the Chris DeGaulle show, the one that comes in before me, he had launched into conversation about some of the dumb, stupid, idiotic, and illogical and senseless things that came about during the COVID-19 times, much of which you heard us discuss in real time here. I did not, I'd never met any ruling or measure that came out of the government of Guam, Department of Public Health and Social Services, CDC or WHO, that I could find any legitimate reason for after we knew early what the nature of COVID-19 was going to end up being, who was going to be at risk of all of this, who could probably go and never have to worry about getting COVID-19, A, or B, if they got COVID-19, it would be for them like it was for me. I think about 6 or 7 hours with some aches and pains. Popped a couple of Tylenols, drank some pineapple juice, and it was right as rain in 24 hours. But it wasn't like I had to go to the hospital or anything. But anyway, so we went through all of that, and then here comes the vaccine. You remember that? United making a big deal about we're flying in the vaccines from the States on our empty planes. Come on in, and we got bring this to Guam, and we got special refrigerators. I want those refrigerators. Where's the refrigerator for the COVID-19?
That's at someone's ranch.
That's right. Did we already turn it into a Tunky, or is that we're using that to keep our Budweiser cold? I'm sure of it.
It happens.
It's got to be. So what happened to those things, right? Some Sacramento that from Public Health. I want to know. Where my freezers are. But anyway, so we had all of that stuff, and the UOG field house, and people going in there and getting their jabs, and they were going for a certain number of people, and they hit that number, and I thought, okay, well, they hit the number. Can we end the public health emergency? Hell no. All of a sudden your COVID numbers in the hospital went down to almost nothing? Well, can we end the public health emergency? No. And then a strange thing started to happen with the COVID-19, and put it as plainly as I can, virtually every woman that I know that got COVID-19 all of a sudden had issues with their menses. what used to be controllable, predictable, and the like, all of a sudden is uncontrollable, unpredictable, didn't know when it was going to start, didn't know when it was going to end. It used to be thin, now it's heavy. It's all of that stuff. Sorry, I know breakfast time. And we're saying, well, gee, is this a side effect of COVID-19 vaccine? All right. In particular, Andrew, story in Epoch Health. FDA is investigating deaths potentially linked to COVID-19 vaccines across all age ranges. The probe followed a health official's memo indicating that the vaccines could be tied to the deaths of 10 children. And the probe, follows a November 28th memo by Dr. Vinay Prasad, director of the FDA Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, which revealed that COVID-19 vaccines were likely implicated in the deaths of at least 10 children. The spokesperson did not provide details on which age groups will be covered or what criteria the FDA will use to determine which cases fall within the scope of the investigation. More than 700 million COVID-19 vaccine doses have been administered in the United States since December 2020. Half of those went to Tim Walz. The Times reached out to the HSS for further comment, but did not hear back from them by publication time. Prasad said in the memo that the findings were based on a review of 96 death reports voluntarily submitted to the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System between 2021 and 2024 that did not disclose the health conditions of the children or the vaccine manufacturers involved. But they're starting to look into this. How many times do we have to Google died unexpectedly?
Want someone to go to jail.
And you know, the first question that everybody wants to ask was, were they vaccinated? But no, we're not allowed to ask that question. 7 o'clock in the morning, KUSG Agana. Maybe more about that story and others right here on Fox News.
What's public and what's not? I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. A Utah judge hearing arguments behind closed doors at the first in-person appearance for Tyler Robinson, who's accused of killing conservative activist Charlie Kirk during a campus event in September. Judge Tony Graff sending the public and reporters out of the courtroom for a closed part of the session.
This is because I need to hear what should or should not be sealed or protected.
One issue the judge is considering whether transcripts from a previous closed hearing in October will be released. Robinson has not yet entered a plea. He's being allowed to wear civilian clothes in court with shackles hidden from the cameras. A second grand jury declines to indict New York's Attorney General, who had been facing mortgage fraud charges before a judge threw out the original indictments against Letitia James and former FBI Director James Comey, finding the federal prosecutor who brought the cases was not legally appointed. Last week, a grand jury in Norfolk, Virginia, rejected the Justice Department move to re-indict James. Now a jury in Alexandria has made the same decision. A Democrat proposal to extend Obamacare subsidies fails to advance in the Senate.
Now Republicans have all but guaranteed that tens of millions of people will see their premiums double or triple or more next year.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, after a Republican alternative using health savings accounts was also blocked by Democrats.
Democrats are now pretending they want a solution to this issue, but they created the problem.
White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt says Republicans are coming up with creative solutions. Just getting word of a gas explosion in a San Francisco Bay Area neighborhood, damaging several homes and sending 6 people to the hospital after a utility company says construction workers damaged an underground gas line. New highs on Wall Street. The Dow up 646 points at the bell to a record close. America is listening to Fox News.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and all of us at Security Title want to wish you a joyous holiday season. We are grateful for your continued trust and support, and we look forward to serving you in the new year. May your homes be filled with warmth, laughter, and love this Christmas. From our family to yours, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Security Title, celebrating over 25 years as your trusted partner in real estate.
Ring in the season with Coca-Cola and Burger King's Seasons Winnings Holiday Giveaway. 4 lucky winners will win a Coca-Cola premium prize pack at participating Burger King locations. Each prize pack includes a Coca-Cola outdoor canopy, barbecue grill, Adirondack chair, and a stainless cooler. Purchase any large Whopper combo meal and receive an official validation slip to enter on the official Coke Guam website. See restaurant for details. Promotion ends December 31st, 2025. Drawing will be held on January 7th, 2026. Happy holidays from your friends at Burger King. You rule.
A man accused of threatening to kill federal agents is indicted in Oklahoma.
The unsealed indictment shows 26-year-old Logan Murfin accused of 5 counts of threatening to assault and murder federal law enforcement officers with intent to impede, intimidate, interfere, and retaliate. Another 5 counts of interstate communication with a threat to injure. That from federal prosecutors in the Northern District of Oklahoma, who tell Fox News that Murfin knowingly posted several threatening and intimidating statements on social media in October against ICE agents amid ongoing immigration action. No word if Murfin is being represented. Homeland Security is investigating the case. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
A new report suggests a growing threat from artificial intelligence being used to steal from small businesses.
Wednesday, the Identity Theft Resource Center released this annual report. The nonprofit surveyed 662 small business owners or executives. They found that 81% of small businesses reported suffering a security breach, a data breach, or both in the past year. And get this, AI-powered attacks were identified as a root cause more than 40% of the time. James Lee also says criminals can use AI to analyze the data they steal.
All this information about us and these data breaches can now be analyzed the same way a business analyzes its marketing data.
Adding to a growing list of concerns.
Josh Rosenthal of Fox TV affiliate WTTG in D.C. Researchers also finding more than a third of small business leaders reported raising prices due to the financial impact of the incidents. Recapping Wall Street, the Dow up 646 points, closing at 48,704. That's a new record. The S&P also with a record close, up 14 points, topping 6,900 during the session. And Lisa Brady, Fox News.
You asked and we listened. The Bacon Portobello Mushroom Melt, a Wendy's favorite, is back. Try our deliciously indulgent sandwich made with juicy beef, crispy applewood smoked bacon, sauteed portobello mushrooms, and melted cheese, all on a soft toasted bun. Available only for a limited time. Head on over today. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Bacon Portobello Mushroom Melt.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team.
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Every year it's the same thing. What do I get them for Christmas? This year, give them something they'll actually use and never forget. At Blades by Crank, we've got high-performance chef knives, hunting knives, pocket knives, sleek chef accessories, and never-released blades. Designed right here in the Marianas and built for precision, performance, and pride, we've got something for everyone. These aren't just tools. They're legacy pieces crafted to last a lifetime. Shop now at bladesbycrank.com or visit the local shop on the first floor of the Agania Shopping Center. Blades by Crank, making the holidays extra Shinar.
13 days till Christmas. This Christmas countdown is brought to you by Carrier Guam. Daily savings on all our high wall units, both Carrier and Toshiba splits.
News this hour is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Half a day at 7:07. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. A 51-year-old man was rushed to Naval Hospital yesterday afternoon after being found pulseless and breathless along the shoreline in Pidi. The Guam Fire Department responded to a report of a missing swimmer near Fisheye Marine Park around 3:50 in the afternoon. Responders located the man about 30 minutes later. GFD personnel immediately initiated CPR on the scene and continued resuscitation efforts while transporting the victim to the hospital. Authorities have not released information on the man's current condition. Meanwhile, AG Doug Moylan is fighting the governor's attempt to move a critical legal dispute back to the local Supreme Court. In a recent filing, the AG argues that the district court must deny Governor Lulian Guerrero's request for a declaratory judgment on his authority over autonomous agency contracts. The AG accuses the governor of forum shopping to avoid rulings in federal cases tied to the Manila Medical Complex. The dispute centers on whether autonomous agencies like GPA and GWA need the AG's approval for contracts, particularly for the medical complex infrastructure. The AG plans to consolidate this case with others to ensure consistent judgments. More news after this.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
The global cruise industry sees a bright future and an emerging opportunity for a Micronesia-focused cruise network. Hugh Cavell, Director of Government Affairs for the Cruise Line International Association, or CLIA, told regional tourism leaders the industry is absolutely interested in working with Micronesia. Cruise lines account for 2% of global tourism and offer a predictable market that plans up to 3 years in advance. CLIA projects 41 million global passengers by 2028. Regional leaders, including those from Guam and Palau, emphasize that a multi-island itinerary would boost tourism and support local industries across the region if managed correctly. And GCC culinary student chefs are back on campus for a special holiday Chamorro plate and bake sale next week. The sale is open to the public on Wednesday, December 17 at the GCC Culinary Arts Building 400. The event runs from 10:30 to 1. The Chamorro plate features several holiday items, including Christmas turkey, roasted pork, red rice, and shrimp kelaguen for $20. Baked goods such as cakes and breads will also be sold for $3 to $12. The sale is cash only, and guests are asked to bring their own carry-out bags. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
You know, I had a PayPal account for a long time. Since they started with PayPal, and I got some money in PayPal. So I subscribed to something, and they charged me again, and I asked them to reverse it, so they reversed it in my PayPal account, and so I was trying to figure out how I can get that back from PayPal back into my First Hawaiian Bank thing, and then there was another thing on the app. It was talking about being able to accept payments on your phone, in the same way that you can tap your phone and make payments with your Apple Wallet or whatever. It says that you can now show your phone to somebody, and they can tap your phone with their credit card, and your phone will accept a payment from their credit card. Yeah, personal one,
wallet to wallet.
Yeah, and so I clicked on the thing. I wanted to give it a shot, right? And then they said, "We're sorry, it's not available in your area."
How dare you?
Ugh. You know.
I want to do that to the homeless.
You know where my area is when I go to PayPal. You know where my area is when I'm actually there. There's a thing in the server. It'll say, "Oh, there's Ray Gibson from Guam." I recognize the IP address. There's Ray Gibson from Guam. I shouldn't show him this thing because he's not eligible for it. But no, they dangled that right in front of. It's like Starlink. You remember when that first came out? Elon Musk.
Yeah.
That you'd see the thing on your socials, and you click on it and say, "We're sorry, Starlink's not available in your area just yet." Sorry, I need to get that off my chest. What's the matter with these people? What's the matter with them? I'm supposed to do weather, right?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm mad. I'm not going to do weather. I'm going to withhold weather because I'm mad.
Yes.
I'm sorry, there's no weather available in your area. All right. It says mostly sunny today with daytime highs 87 degrees, overnight lows 77, and that's what this Friday is going to be looking like. There might be some isolated showers falling on you. I mean, I had the satellite imagery up. Might as well complete the routine and show you what the radar image looks like. And you can see there's that line of traffic of clouds. It's moving just to the south of the Mariana Islands, and in some cases, some of that's going to be washing over the island of Guam. But it doesn't look like we're in for any heavy stuff today. It's switching from the radar to the satellite imagery, you can see exactly what I'm talking about. There's Guam, and there's that line of traffic moving right over Guam right now. But once it's gone, I figure about later on this afternoon, I think we're going to be in for some clear skies. Mostly sunny in the forecast for today. Definitely mostly sunny tomorrow. They say we might be seeing some isolated showers moving in on Saturday night with a little bit more by way of cloud cover, and that may still linger on Sunday. They say partly sunny skies on Sunday. Partly cloudy Sunday night. Overnight lows of about 77 degrees. I think it's going to be a nice weekend. With the heat index, it'll feel like 92 degrees, 20% chance of rain. We got sunrise 6:34 today, and sunset tonight should be about 5:55. That's it. That's the news and the weather together on 93.3. Pica's Best is The Point.
Breathe easy this Christmas with Carrier Guam. Keep your home merry, bright, and fresh with our XL air purifier. Now just $265 while supplies last. With 3-in-1 filters and LED air quality monitoring, it's the perfect gift of clean air for your family. Visit Carrier Guam in Harmon Industrial Park behind Kmart or call 671-647-2665. Carrier, your local source for comfort and quality this holiday season. Carrier Guam, turn to the experts this Christmas.
Wakey, wakey, Guam. It's time to rise, shine, and dine at Wendy's. Kickstart your morning with our breakfast faves, like the Morning Melt Panini, savory breakfast burrito, or sausage, egg, and cheese English muffin. Or are you looking for some local flavor? Choose one of our local breakfast platters, like the Biggie Breakfast Platter. It's hearty, filling, and packed with island goodness. Start your day with Guam's best value for breakfast, only at Wendy's. Head on over today.
Hey, Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home at Guam Regional Medical City. They are your healthcare partners.
Rediscover talk radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Gibson Show 714. So I gave you the pedestrian civilian version of the weather, but I figured, I want a more substantial glimpse into what the weather patterns are going to be like for the weekend.
The Kraken.
Bro, we got two races. They got two big races coming up. There's one tomorrow. Community First has got the Plumeria Run. It's a 5K or a 10K. So you got your choice. You can just run around again.
I'll do both.
Well, I was thinking about it. So I was looking at the 10K, but there's another race on Sunday, the Jingle Bell Run. And so that one's going to be at Leo Palace. Now I would normally do the 10K and then the 5K the following day, but I don't want to leave too much on the asphalt. That's right. So I want to get a sense of what the weather is going to be looking like for racing times as well as the rest of the weekend. Hey, Landon, how you doing?
Good morning, and let me start out with National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
Yeah. Took me a second.
Thanks for listening to the show, bro.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Yeah, right. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Sure. Love your show. Listen all the time. Anyway, so, that was kind of interesting. It's like you just look at these things and go, oh, yeah, that's what it means. There's all these, American government acronyms that are out there. Yeah. Anyway, 7:15. Great to have you on the line, and great to have the frivolity, fun-filled spirit with Landon Idler from the National Weather Service. So, like I said, I did the pedestrian version of the weather a second ago, but what do we got to grind into? What do we have to know and understand in order to maximize our weekend's activities?
Yeah, definitely the weekend is looking in great shape weather-wise. Not ideal for painting your roof, for example, because while it's going to be mostly sunny and the rainfall is going to be minimal or very limited, we're going to have this pesky showers. We've seen those this morning across Guam. Just these light showers that come through, get everything wet, and then move right on off within a couple minutes. And then a little bit later, you have another shower. That's going to be the theme probably through the weekend. With just these light trade wind showers, we have that shear line that's been in the area just to our north, near Anatahan and northward of Saipan. We're seeing these little shear line fragments come through, and they bring a period of showers, very light, maybe moderate showers at times, but they zip on by quickly. It's breezy at times, and then it clears on up and gets sunny and hot again. And that's going to be the theme for the next several days. We are watching a pretty large cluster of thunderstorms just northwest of Saipan. We don't always see thunderstorms with these shear lines, but from time to time, they can put out a burst of thunderstorms. So we're going to be watching that to the north, but otherwise, great shape. If you're in the waters at the beach, watch out. The seas and surf will be up because of the strong winds along and north of that shear line in the CNMI. That's bringing down some larger swell that's going to be affecting our north exposures and our eastern exposures. So everything from Retidian, Tumon Bay towards the Hilton, and then also East Agana Bay towards the glass breakwater of the Upper Harbor. Season surf will be up and cranking through the weekend and into early next week.
Nice. Yeah, but it's still you know, it's you take a look at most of the rest of the weather patterns. Everything east of us is looking kind of empty. So I got a feeling that you know, through the weekend and into the coming week, this is going to be some great weather time for Guam.
Yeah, we're seeing these temperatures. We're getting down into the mid 70s overnight, and with the breeze, it's fantastic. So race time weather should be beautiful. Maybe even a little bit of chills for folks that cool off quickly.
Yeah.
But again, anticipate some light showers from time to time, but not a washout by any means through the weekend.
So, interesting story in Radio New Zealand this morning. A friend of ours, I recognize the name, Mark Rabagu, writing the story for the RNZ. He's the correspondent from out there. A leading ocean engineer says long-held public beliefs that the Mariana Trench or Saipan's coral reef would shield the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Islands are incorrect. Dr. Kwok Fai Chung, a distinguished professor of ocean and resources engineering at the University of Hawaii, says new modeling shows the CNMI could experience more severe impacts than Guam if a major event occurs. He held a briefing in Saipan, and the trench and the island's shallow western shelf actually would amplify tsunami energy rather than absorb it. Conventional wisdom, right up until I started talking to you about this recently, suggested that the trench would actually protect us from all of this. But it says, no, that's not the case. Magnitude 8.3 or higher occurring near the trench could send a 50-foot wave towards Saipan, Tinian, Rota, and the Northern Islands within 10 to 15 minutes. Because of its broad, shallow shelf, Saipan's west coast could experience greater amplification and deeper inland flooding than neighboring Guam. It's direct about the comparison. If a big tsunami comes off that trench, the CNMI will get it worse than Guam. The bathymetry focuses energy right into Saipan's western side. Amazing stuff that they're looking at these days, and maybe gives me pause because I'd always thought that we would never get hit with a big tsunami here because Marianas Trench surrounded by reef, all of that stuff.
Correct, and that's some great information coming from Dr. Kwok Fai Chung, and I did meet up with them in Chip Guard, who is our regional advisor to the National Tsunami Hazard Mitigation Program with the National Weather Service. So they were over here, and Dr. Fai Chung was here on Guam last week and then went up to CNMI to talk. And this is all updated modeling and studies on the seafloor and the bathymetry. That's a key element to what we should anticipate with any tsunami threat. And so, again, we've been very fortunate, but there's that long-held myth, that belief that the Mariana Trench, because it's the deepest trench in the world, eats the wave. It protects us from any tsunami threats, and that is indeed a myth. In fact, the Mariana Trench is our local source for a tsunami threat. If we had that large earthquake, and in the study at 8.3, for example, we could have some significant tsunami impacts, and so that would be larger than what we were experiencing in 1993. But you're talking about a difference between an 8.0 magnitude earthquake and an 8.2 magnitude earthquake. The amount of energy released in just something that's close in size is rather significant. And so we have to keep those things in mind. They updated this modeling and provide a lot of refining to inundation mapping. That's good for Guam as well as the CNMI. But the bathymetry, the seafloor that surrounds our islands, that continental shelf, the reef, those are all major factors into the effects of a tsunami to any specific island or even beach.
Yeah. And the conversation about warning times as well. If there was a magnitude 8.3 to 8.5 earthquake, they say there would be no practical warning time. It would be there almost immediately within 10 to 15 minutes. And oddly, the largest inundation would be expected on Saipan's west coast there. And they're talking about flow depths of about 10 to 20 feet in Garapan and San Antonio.
And that's exactly it. A lot of people think, okay, if we have an earthquake near Osaka, Japan, that wave's going to be coming down from the northwest. And so it's going to be those areas of Tumon and Upper Harbor and Garapan that's being affected. And the east side of the island doesn't matter. Well, these waves wrap around.
Apparently.
So sometimes the effects can be worse on the opposing side of the island. So we have to keep that in mind. And like you mentioned, if we have that earthquake in the Mariana Trench, that earthquake will be your only formal warning. There will not be time for information from the Tsunami Warning Center, from Homeland Security, from the National Weather Service because it's going to take time to get things spun up and get those text bulletins issued.
But like I
That
said,
large
10 to 15
earthquake
minutes
is
for a
one.
local earthquake, and they say local is the Marianas Trench. That's us.
Correct. And it takes about 8 to 10 minutes for an earthquake to get triangulated and picked up and then received on the sensors at the Tsunami Warning Center in Hawaii. Then it's going to be another couple minutes to get the very first initial text bulletins out stating an earthquake with this parameter curve, there may be a tsunami threat. So, yeah, that earthquake here, that will be your warning. And we're talking about a large earthquake that's close by, making it very difficult to stand up and lasting more than 20 seconds in duration.
And the concerns are that if people don't get the clue with the actual earthquake, whether they feel it or not, is all of the things that stand in the way. 20 feet. Can you imagine 20-foot wall of water coming in on the western side of the island, Garapan, even here, and washing all the way through, covering over the Beach Road, Marine Corps Drive, if you want to call it that, all the way into the middle parts of the island, maybe even into the lake areas, is significant. So something new to worry about here, and clarified by experts with the NOAA. Next time that guy's in town, let me know. We'll put him on the radio with you.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the key take-home point for many of the listeners is that we may not ever see this in our lifetime. We've been very fortunate, but a lot of people are holding those myths close to their heart. It can't happen here. It's never happened before. Those are myths. It may not happen in our lifetime, but it could. And that's why we always have to maintain that state of awareness and preparedness so that when something does happen, if it happens, we know exactly what to do.
And where to go and all of that. But here's the deal. Can you imagine using this scenario here? And I'm thinking about the western side of Guam and Saipan. And if something like that were to happen, we tell everybody, all right, get to high ground. Well, how do you get to high ground? You got to go through the low ground, which is right next to the beach. So that's and that messed things up in Hawaii as well when they had their tsunami warnings. Was that everybody was stuck on the road right next to the beach before they could make a turn towards higher ground, and it's exactly the same scenario that we would see here and in Saipan. Landon, always a fascinating conversation with you. I'll talk to you soon, and see your brother tomorrow.
Have a great afternoon.
Right on, buddy. 724, it's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3. Peak is best, as the man says. That's all the time that we got for weather, I think, for the rest of the weekend. Who's that?
It's the mayor of Agana Heights.
Hey, Lynette.
Hey, the commissioner.
Hey,
he's going to turn on the light for the Triangle Park.
Yeah, right on.
On it, Mayor.
No, that's a real big deal. That's a real big deal.
Huge.
Richard Arroyo on the line. Buenos and Alpha Day. Merry Christmas.
Hey, buenos Rich and Brother Joe. Thank you guys so much for having me on, and thank you for a wonderful year of great news, entertainment, and more to come in the coming months. It's going to be a whirlwind of fun for you guys.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah. Well, wait. Hold on a second. Until August next year, it's going to be crazy. 326 days between now and the general election.
Yeah. It's going to be, but on the same note, I want to make sure the village is safe and sound, and that's the answer. That's the comment I'm going to say to that. That makes sure that again, is we're nice, and I'm going to live up to what I raised my hand for, and that's what I'm going to do next year. That's my focus.
Absolutely. Well, it sounds like you got special guests coming in next Friday over at Fort Apugan.
Yes, I heard about it, and it's nice that Agana Heights is, there's so much history behind Fort Apugan.
Did they get a permit?
It's interesting, but actually Fort Apugan is overseen by Department of
Park and Rec?
Who's that? DPR, yeah.
Okay.
Parks and Recreation.
I'll ask Angel.
Yeah, but GVB was nice enough to put the I Love Agana Heights for the tourists. It wasn't for the village of Agana Heights, for the residents. It was for the tourists, and I would love to take that overnight and put that near Joey's house, but I can't. It's like stealing the hot chili from Manila,
No, there's certain things. Don't touch my chili, said the mayor of Manila, if you recall. So it's the Ray Gibson Show.
Yes.
Now you got something going on. Are you going to be doing? Real Joe was talking about the lights at the Triangle Park. Is that the reason for the call?
Yeah, thank you so much, Ray. I really appreciate it, brother, for always allowing me to come on the radio.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this Sunday, actually, everyone knows it's Triangle Park, but the next few months I'll be working on it, but it's going to be, I'm going to rename it. It's going to be called the Mayor Paul M. McDonald Tatuan Park.
Good.
Which is what it is now. And it's only fitting and it's right. The man is just has set a legacy. His legacy is lives on now, and the foundation he set to get that place under Agana Heights' jurisdiction, and everything else he said in the village for me and for the next and the future leaders. So it's very important to me and also to the village of Agana Heights and the residents and the people of Guam to enjoy that. We will continue to light up Tutuan Park, Mayor Paul McDonald, Tutuan Park. This Sunday, we're going to flip the switch. There's no ceremony. GVB was very nice enough a few years ago to renovate the parks.
Right.
And that was one of the parks they renovated. And there's just no way, and you know I'm talking about, that if I go in there and keep that place not looking the way it was when I got in,
Toka.
I'm in trouble.
Yeah. Toka. I know who you're talking about.
So it's really nice, and it's a lot of work, but it's worth it, and it's a beautiful place. And I want the families to know, around the village, and again, it's most especially, in Sinahan or surrounding village, but the people of Guam that we do, we will be having the lighting. The lights will be on Sunday. I just want to, before Santa Maria's day was over, and after it was over, it was our turn to light it up. So it was her week, and I wanted to make sure I wait for that.
You know what, and folks that live around that area really, really appreciated that when they first did that first lighting ceremony that I was at. I attended and had a good time because there was a cooler there, number one, but number two, it was also a great outpouring of support from the community, and number three, it was lights that were provided by a private family that had a whole lot of Christmas lights, and they wanted to share it with the people of Agana Heights. Is it the same case this year that I can't remember the name of the family, but it was a private couple that had the lights. Is that the same case this year?
Yes. There's a few items that the couple that was able to deliver to us, and which they're very picky and very I won't say picky, but very concerned who goes out to. So I was very fortunate able to have that this year again.
Excellent.
Although it won't be all the items, but it's enough to just bring joy again and stuff. And there is something that's going to be happening in the village. I won't talk about it now until where it's up. And I want you to be there too, Ray, and Brother Joe will see it. It's incredible. It's something I've never seen, and it's going to be one of its kind in Guam, I believe. So when that happens, until it happens, by next week, then I'm going to come back on and let you know, and you can come by. Ray and Joy, and first Joy will see it on his bike. He'll come by.
Wow.
It's incredible. So I want to bring Christmas, put it this way, I want to bring Christmas into the village this time as well.
Roger that.
Not just outside yes.
So about sunset on Sunday.
Yes, sunset Sunday, 6 o'clock, the sun's down already. It's already dusk. It's nice and the weather's good. We just light up. No ceremony this time, though, Ray.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
We had a ceremony a few years ago. I just want people just want to come there and look at lights, take pictures, and then maybe as the holiday goes through, we'll maybe do some food truck nights or something.
No, that'll be fun.
I just want people to go there.
That'll be fun. Yeah. All right, Mattel, I'll talk to you pretty soon. Step.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Take care.
Anytime. 7:30 in the morning. Man, I'm rushing out. I should have asked him. Where's he playing? Is he gigging still? Deuce it, right? You still got that thing over it?
Does he have the energy to gig still?
I don't know.
Man, he's busy.
So one of the stories that I teased last hour, and thank you very much, Tessa, for posting this on the socials here. This one from the Honolulu Star Advertiser. U.S. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins said that she has granted waivers to 6 additional states, Hawaii included, allowing them to prevent the use of food stamps to purchase certain items like soft drinks and candy. Oh, the administration of President Donald Trump has now allowed 18 states to implement a variety of restrictions on low-income recipients of SNAP program, also known as food stamps. I call them that. Rollins and Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. have urged states to adopt the restrictions as part of the administration's Make America Healthy Again agenda. The restrictions, which go into effect next year, vary by state, but they include barring soda, candy, energy drink purchases. The new state waivers are for Hawaii, Missouri, North Dakota, South Carolina, Virginia, and Tennessee. For Hawaii, the waiver will restrict the purchase of soft drinks starting August the 1st. According to the USDA, soft drinks for the Hawaii restrictions are defined as any non-alcoholic beverage that is made with carbonated water, sweetened with more than 10 grams of sugar per serving. They do not include beverages that contain milk, milk products, soy, rice, or other milk substitutes, or that are more than 50% or or fruit juice by volume. So obviously it will sound and feel a whole lot healthier. Now, the reason why they're doing this is because it helps them in their applications for a $50 billion rural health fund established by the Trump administration. Hawaii Department of Human Services Deputy Director Joe Campos said in a written statement, under this waiver, SNAP benefits may no longer be used to purchase carbonated soft drinks, et cetera, et cetera. With more than 85,000 households who use SNAP benefits each month, this initiative advances our commitment to whole person health and supports our effort. Plus, by moving forward with this waiver, Hawaii is also meeting a key requirement to access up to an additional $500 million through the Federal Rural Health Transformation Grant Program. These funds will directly benefit people living in rural. Hey, that's us in the village, bro.
We are.
And medically underserved community. Hey, that's us in the village, bro.
Man. We've got no health care.
So I'm wondering if this is if this is a precursor to Guam doing the same thing, going and asking for that waiver in order for us to reduce the ability of our children and families to drink sugary, unhealthy drinks, etc. And unhealthy snacks, etc., in exchange for access to our part of that Rural Health Transformation Grant Program. What do you think? No, we want fat, roly-poly, unhealthy kids. We like them big around here.
Protest.
7:30 in the morning, 888-825-5880-TALK is the telephone number. Coming up, I don't know that you'll be surprised by it, but Apple has released the top 10 free iPhone apps, and you'll never guess what's at number one. Or maybe you will. We'll find out when I breathe some life into that story. But first, we got to breathe life into a couple other stories. It's time for 7:30 or so news, being brought to you by Burger King. BK on fire, absolutely fire. Grilled Whoppers all over the place, and an opportunity for you to give that as a great gift. They've got gift certificates, books at $20 available for you right now at the drive-thru at Burger King. It's also being brought to you by Pika's Best Realty. That's Half a Day Realty. You can find them in the books. Just go wherever you can see the Pika's Best signs, because they got a bunch of them. It's like every year they've gotten Jody, Saran, Auntie Libby, Loli. They will take care of you and answer all of your real estate questions. Dues. Now with Donna D, what's going on? What are my stories?
National funding for the Emergency Housing Voucher Program is expected to end by March, affecting 68 families on Guam. GORA officials confirmed the national budget ran dry years ahead of schedule. The agency is now giving EHV participants preference on the public housing wait list to help them secure new housing. Meanwhile, holiday light displays are being installed in Hagåtña and Tumon as part of GVB's Half-a-Day Holidays celebration. Crews have started setting up decorations along Palisan Torres Road, Skinner Plaza, and the downtown area yesterday. The official lighting ceremony will be held next Wednesday, December 17, from 7 to 9 at Skinner Plaza. The GVB light displays cost just under $450,000 and will remain through early January. And Atkins Kroll has launched its Letters to Santa program to support the local nonprofit Harvest House. For every letter to Santa dropped off at the Micronesia Mall showroom, AK will donate $20 to help foster families. AK has committed to donate up to $1,914, a figure that honors the year the company was founded. The Letters to Santa program is open to the public and will run through Christmas Eve. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
The Star Advertiser has a comment section as well. There's some interesting stuff in there. Only soda? What about lobster and shrimp and prime rib and steaks? Come on, people on food stamps should be using it to buy staples like rice and potatoes and other affordable food items. Stop letting these MFers rip us off.
Dude, it's Friday, man.
I knew there was going to be something like that in there.
Somebody's mad.
Yeah, well, jelly. It's like, it's when we hear from the guys that buy their gas at the auto port for $3.07 a gallon, and we're sitting there, schmoes that forgot to join the military or marry somebody in the military. You got to pay $4.77. Why is it still like that, all my friends in the gas companies? What's going on? I mean, I get the logical explanation about Tappas crude or whatever it is that they're calling it these days, because it's hard to find a listing of what the current price is, but they say that the current price, I asked Grok about it, And Grok made an estimate based on some of the data that it was able to find after it did some conversions that Tapas crude should be selling for about $68 or so for a barrel right now, which is about $10 more than a barrel of West Texas crude. At any rate, we'll talk about those numbers in a second as I mentally prepare for going over the listing for, what is it, the financial reports. But I promised I'd tell you about this. There's a Apple Store came out with their rankings for their free iPhone apps. Obviously, you can pay for them, right? The apps that are out there that you charge for. The paid iPhone apps at number 5. Really? All right, number 5 is the Paprika Recipe Manager 3. At number 4, the Anki Mobile Flashcards. I've never heard of any of these, and I've never heard of any of these apps. The Anki Mobile Flashcards, Procreate Pocket. Procreate?
Oh.
This is a dating app. The Shadow Rocket and Hot Schedules are the top paid iPhone apps, the top free iPhone apps. At number 5, guaranteed on everybody's phone on Guam. Guam runs on WhatsApp. Isn't it among the first things that you download, right? At number 4, I spend an incredible amount of time in the land of TikTok. I don't know about you, but if I got some time to kill and I've already done my Sudoku and my Wordle and whatever, I'll go spend a little bit of time in TikTok and see what it is that people think is interesting. At number 3, Google. At number 2, Threads. At number 2 is Threads.
Wow.
That is interesting. Not Facebook.
Threads.
Not X, not Instagram, but Threads. So Threads, I'm trying to figure out what the big deal is. There's a story that came out yesterday that said if you want to really establish connections, you do it with Threads because the response and connection ratio is higher on Threads than any other apps, any other social apps. So if you're trying to market yourself or you're trying to market a brand, they say Threads is the place to do it. You interact with somebody on Threads. If you're the brand and you're interacting with people that are writing you notes and messages or comments, they are more likely to stay with you and pretty much do whatever it is that you say. Interesting that it is number 2 on the list. At number 1 on the list is ChatGPT. Oh, that didn't take long, did it? There's no other AIs in the top 5 of the list here for the free iPhone. No, it actually came from Apple. They know how many people are downloading things. So ChatGPT at number 1. Now everybody knows this is the Ray Gibson Show, and everybody knows me and how I use ChatGPT. I will from time to time ask it for marketing advice. I'll ask it for radio business advice, sales advice, personal advice, medical advice. I use it all the time for medical stuff here. But for the most part, I devote usually about 10 or 15 minutes a day playing around with artificial intelligence and the creation of what I refer to as AI candy. Eye candy, you know what eye candy is? So it's AI candy. And ChatGPT, while it does a respectable job putting together text to images, it's still not quite ready for prime time. I asked it as usual. This is my test prompt whenever I'm testing out somebody's text image. Hot Pinay bikini models on the beach.
There you go.
And so it gave me 1, 2, 3, 4 hot Pinay models on the beach. And they've all got that wide nose that we all look for.
Cute,
and they're cute, but it's not gorgeous. I mean, it's just like 4 random girls in bikinis on the beach. I'm looking for hot bikini models, very realistic kind of thing.
The white dad.
Like Joe Coy. Yeah. Anyway, so this is the product here from ChatGPT. It's just okay by AI standards. I'll see if I can have Grok put up another images using exactly the same prompt and see what that looks like. Now you want to stay tuned, don't you?
Yes, sir.
We're never leaving this radio station. We're never leaving this visual ever. It's 7:41. Be right back.
Celebrate the season with Subway's limited time festive flavors collection. Sink your teeth into the meat-loaded Terhamkin, festive turkey, or festive chicken. Want to dial up your holiday flavors? Add cranberry sauce or stuffing to any sub for just $1 more. Happy feasting only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
Guam Regional Medical City presents Your Gut, Our Focus. From digestive issues to advanced diagnostics. Join us Saturday, December 13th from 10 to noon at the Micronesia Mall Center Court for a community event focused on digestive wellness. Meet JRMC's team from gastroenterology, patient education, patient experience, and referral management. And learn how we can support your digestive health. At 10:30, enjoy a special presentation with Dr. Jill along with guests from ANX Robotics and GI Digital. Enjoy free vital checks, vendor booths, raffle prizes, and your chance to win the grand prize, a 55-inch smart TV. This event is free and open to the public. Join us December 13th at the Micronesia Mall.
742 Ray Gibson Show portions brought to you by the guys over at BTB Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall. And what do they got there? They got a gift for you and everybody that you're buying stuff for. I mean, just if you need a new iPad, new computers, MacBooks, etc., they've got all of those at extremely great holiday prices and lots of them too. I'm not going to run out. You know, somebody that's got an iPhone and wants to be able to use their plug-in earphones. They got the adapters. They got the little pencils that you need to make your artwork on your iPads and plenty more. Like I said, at great prices. That's what it's all about over at Beyond the Box, Micronesia Mall. Sorry, girls, I got to go away. I got to put the picture of the traffic map up. Yeah, hot Pinay chicks. No, I got to do the traffic report now. So here it is. Let me see if I can find some traffic because it's Friday. Was it Friday, right? Friday morning?
All day.
Okay, gotcha. Only a little bit of traffic over at Anderson Air Force Base. Southbound Marine Corps Drive from there looking good until you get to Ipao. It's starting to sound like I could pre-record this at 7:40 about every day and do the same report. Another major to tell you about, a little bit of traffic at the intersection on Leche Machache and meeting a little bit of traffic on Marine Corps Drive. Otherwise, things are looking pretty good. Route 3, clean. Micronesia Mall intersection looking good as well. See a little bit of intersection traffic over at the McDonald's. Southbound on Route 16 all the way to 8, 10, and 16. And just like yesterday, a little bit busy over at the Super Happy Mart side. A little bit busy. No, actually a lot busy on the Wendy's until on middle school side. 10 and 15, a little bit of traffic through there. Not a whole lot over at Tai, but it is going to get busy up over at the Cost You Less, the old Cost You Less. I'm going to refer to that over by Apicento Gardens and making your way towards Ordot and Sinahani, the usual slowdowns through there. Marine Corps Drive not looking so bad. Maybe a little bit of dogging out traffic as you make your way towards the ITC building intersection, but otherwise things running fairly clean on Route 8 and likewise the clean parts of Route 4. That's it. That's all the time I got for weather. It's 7:44 on the Ray Gibson Show.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Travel goals unlocked. Whether it's Korea in the summer or Japan in the fall, the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank can help you turn your urge to explore into your next boarding pass. Apply by October 31st, 2025, and if approved, earn 45,000 bonus miles when you spend $2,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Unlock your next adventure with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit one of our branches or go to fhb.com/United.
What happened? It's 7:45. Ray Gibson Show. I'm supposed to. Am I selling a car? No, selling sandwiches. Okay, these are the healthy sandwiches they have. I mean, it's all healthy over at Subway. These are even healthier, fit, fresh menu, and we're talking about protein-laden sandwiches that they're going to be putting together for you. Light on the bread, light on the sauces, and all the other stuff. The idea is very low calories, very high in terms of protein. 500 calories for the sandwich, but a whole lot more protein. So that your diet is augmented that way. More protein's good for you. More proteins equals more muscle mass. More muscle mass equals more calories that get burned up. I mean, just sitting still. Just sitting still, your metabolism, your basic metabolism is higher because you got muscles. Imagine what it's going to be like when you hit the gym, when you start running, or do whatever. So that's the way you want to get things started. Figure out what your favorite sandwich is going to be. They got plenty of them over at Subway. Be fresh, eat fit.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Looking at the Dream Machine. It's and the only reason why I'm looking at it right now is because I wanted to make the comparison between ChatGPT's version of Fly Panay's at the beach, enjoying a day at the beach, and this is what ChatGPT number one most downloaded app in the Apple App Store is ChatGPT. But as you can see, if you're going to be using it for text to image generation, get ready to be disappointed. This is like 7-8 months ago version of AI text to image. It's gotten light years better than that, and I don't know why. Oh, because you got to pay for it. But if you got to pay for the good stuff, but if you use Grok, the app Grok, to do your
the one off of X
research, it comes from X. You want to use that for your image generation or your video generation. I recommend that. So on the screen right now, that's ChatGPT. I'm going to hit you. I'm going to stand by now. I'm going to hit you. This is Grok. This is what Grok's version. Hello. Hey. This is Grok's version of Hot Panay Chicks, Hot Panay bikini models on the beach. It's exactly the same prompt, and you can see the difference. You can there's Kili Kili. There's Kili Kili. I'm looking for leg tattoos here, but there's another one. And here's the thing: the one from ChatGPT takes some time to put together. When you hit Grok for image generation,
it knows.
It's right now. No, it's and so you click on one and it will give you multiple versions of that. Oh, you like this? Let me give you some other different versions of exactly the same thing. So the technology definitely out there and definitely very, very interesting that you can play with. And imagine now, imagine being able to. So I want to say this: if you get really, really good at doing the prompts, there's no reason why you actually need to go out and hire actual models, and that can be tricky. That can be a little bit tricky because sometimes you gotta pay them. What's the prompt? Somebody's asking.
What are the keywords?
It's one of the listeners going, hey, wait a second, because there's more than one AI. Obviously, there's ChatGPT, there's Gemini, there's Grok, there's what's the one that doctors use? Perplexity is another one. You might want to try that if you want an AI that's focused more on medicine and doctoring and things like that. And so Copilot is the one that my buddy is using, and so he put in the prompt, which is hot Pinay chicks on the beach. And it comes back and says, I can't create or provide sexualized or adult-themed images. If what you're looking for is something fun and respectful, try a vibrant beach scene in the Philippines with friends enjoying the sun, palm trees, and outrigger boats. I'd be glad to help generate that. Yeah, that's why it's free with purchase. Oh, I'm just saying. Anyway, 888-255-888-TALK. The season has begun. I'm not talking about the holiday season. I'm talking about political season. Ismael, there's a Tom Fisher sighting. Uh-oh. We have a Tom Fisher sighting down in Epan near Jeff's.
Uh-oh.
Waving.
He's trying to trigger Jeff.
He's waving because he wants to be the Attorney General of Guam. So it looks like the process has begun. Does that mean that we can look forward to getting Peter Santos out there doing his waves over at Pirates Cove?
Yes.
And what about the guy with the hair?
Yeah, the guy who's still doing his hair.
Jordan.
He's busy.
Jordan Paulin with the hair.
Conditioner.
Is it the whole time? Yeah, this is with the hair waving in the air. Anyway, 10 away from the top of the hour. 888-255-888-TALK is the telephone number. They're looking for some good news. We got the story about the Korean Air. That is trying to get out from under this 90% rule, what is it? They've got to keep 90% of the schedule, or is it 90% of the number of flights or something like that? Leaving because there was a couple of big mergers, and normally you'd think in terms of a merger, okay, we're going to consolidate, and we'll take advantage of the economies of scale when you get a couple of things like that. But the Korean Trade Commission said, no, you've got to preserve 90% of the airlift that you had prior to all of this. Well, all right. right, that's doable, obviously. But the thing is they're not getting a whole lot of attention from people in Korea that want to come to Guam right now. I don't know what it is. There just doesn't seem to be a strong desire either for outbound travel, period. And I got to look that up. Or maybe there's just something about Guam. You know, is the exchange rate a problem? Is it one of those things where they get here and, hey, let's go to eat at Hard Rock Cafe. And you go up to Hard Rock Cafe and it's locked because there's no more Hard Rock Cafe. Or maybe it's the firing range above Tumon that keeps everybody awake all night. You hear that? You hear that every once in a while.
That's the Harmon Cliff line.
Right.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, I'll be running over in over by Nico Tsubaki Tower, and I'm
That's
like
full auto.
Yes, yes, exactly. There's either somebody with
bullets.
it sounds hit the deck.
Spray.
Hit the deck. So maybe it's that. Maybe it's the visible homeless that we've got running around there. Maybe I'll even throw this in. Maybe it is the stench, if you will, of all of the trash bins that should be put someplace else, but they're all right there on the street where everybody can see them and smell them. And if it's not the stench from those, I'm not going to name any particular company because I think all of them are down there. And it's amazing to me that nobody considered the aesthetic of these big trash bins that are right in front of stores and restaurants and all of these places. I'm like, wouldn't there be a better place to put that? And then what I hear when I ask is they say, oh, the drivers like it there. It's easier for them to get to. To which I say, maybe you call another contractor, get another contract in there with somebody that's got better drivers that work for them that know how to drive the truck in reverse. Now, maybe that will be the solution to that problem. Or maybe it's also the trash trucks that go down there. Have you ever been behind a trash truck in the village? Have you ever been? It's worse in Tumon because of all the restaurants and all of the food that gets thrown in there that starts to waste up. It is a high holy hell smell that we need to do something. We got to do everything. Richard Rennie has written an excellent article in today's Guam Daily Post talking about the hospitality industry. You know, Richard Rennie, if you don't know, was a fixture in the industry. I first met him in the 90s when he came out to be the manager of the was it still Onyx at the time? Was it? Yeah, I think it might still have been the Onyx at the Sandcastle. Did such a great job with that. Mark put him in an office right next to his in the actual Sandcastle building, and then he went on to work with a variety of hotels and hoteliers here on Guam. So he's very intimately familiar with the hospitality industry here on Guam, as well as what the dreams and goals and desires were. There was a time where we had so many tourists floating around here that we thought we could be picky and say, you know what? We don't want any of these cheap tourists anymore. You know, the ones that just go to Kmart and buy ramen and eat in a hotel. You know, the ones that they go.
The ones using the water fountain.
Yes. The ones that will stay in the fancy hotel for a night, take a picture of them in the bathtub and the robe and watching the big shows and stuff, and then they spend the rest of it sleeping in the rent-a-car in the parking lot of one of the hotels on the mountainside of the street, and then walking to. We don't want any of those cheap tourists. We want the high rollers. We want the first-class flyers. That's what we're looking for here on Guam. There was a time where we didn't want to do any marketing to low-income and low-budget travelers. Now, here we are, fast forward to 2025, and we'll take anybody we can get on a plane. We're subsidizing the airplane rides. We're throwing taxpayer money from around here back to the airlines so that they can get on the airplane for cheaper. And even if we're doing that in Korea, they still aren't coming in any of the same kind of numbers. So there needs to be whatever was the plan that we were talking about in the beginning of 2025. I think we need to take a look at the parts that we haven't done yet, take a look at the parts that we did do, and do a little bit of an analysis on whether or not it's working. Now, there are some green shoots. That's not to say that there aren't green shoots around here. And even though this is a story about Saipan, here's a story about the CNMI. Even though it's about the CNMI, it bodes well. It bodes well for all of us in this region. Look, if things start looking good for Saipan, maybe they'll start looking really good for Guam. The announcement here, I got this from ABS-CBN, Philippine Airlines, to resume their Manila-Saipan flights in the first quarter of 2026. Brad Rizal is listening right now.
Good morning, Brad.
All of our buddies in the CNMI. This is great news. Philippine Airlines will resume direct flights between Manila and Saipan starting March 29th as the flag carrier expands its network across the Pacific amid growing regional travel demand. That's the underscore that. Where's my thing? Write that down. Growing regional travel demand. If PAL is seeing it, that's a green shoot. These guys aren't going to invest in Lunga destination. The route will strengthen PAL's presence in the Pacific Islands, where it already operates flights to Guam and Honolulu, and plans to launch new services to Palau and Guam via Cebu. It's all supposed to be starting in the next few days. Saipan, a U.S. territory, will become the airline's 7th U.S. destination after Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, Seattle, Guam, and Honolulu. Quote, Richard Nuttall, the president, said PAL is dedicated to expanding its global presence to meet the evolving needs of the market across both passenger and cargo segments while remaining steadfast in our commitment to delivering service excellent. To mark the relaunch, PAL is offering introductory rates. OMG. Listen, hey, all my Pinay friends. Think about this. Wait, hold on. Where's the pictures of my Pinay friends? Stand by. Which one do I like? Or do I have to choose? I want the one with braces. Where were we? PAL is offering introductory rates starting at $249 one way, $389 round trip for economy. Business class tickets begin at $669 one way and $1,029 round trip. Okay, so you might have to have a couple of bucks in order to get all of this kind of thing done here. But my recollection, because I just flew PAL. I'm PAL for life, Connie. Is that if the flight's not full, then they'll give you an opportunity to auction for one of the first class seats. Ooh. or whatever whatever it is they're calling the seats in the front. So it's between this. The auction will start at like $250. For all of the flights that I've been on. But I've been on other flights where you can, and I've been able to win the auctions with as little as $150. And that makes a difference the longer you're going. The airline said the new service will give beach and dive travelers from Asia and North America access to Saipan through PAL's Manila hub while offering the Chamorro community and international passengers smoother links to its broader domestic and long-haul network. What have we been talking about? You want to go to San Francisco, well, you can get on United and pay whatever it is that they're going to be charging, or maybe do it this way, right? Is it time for a plug for Medical City?
Do it.
Do it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it, PAL and Medical City for life, Israel. So you call up your doctor, you get yourself the referral to Medical City, Ortigas in the Philippines. You go there, get your physical, do some shopping, maybe get your hair done, fingernails, whatever, and then you get on another plane. I forget what the timing is, but you get on another plane, and you can then take that one from Philippine Airlines to San Francisco, and don't have to worry about any cabotage restrictions. Maybe basically do the same thing on the way back. Stop in Manila for a couple of days, maybe do some business. Monkey business if you want to, and have yourself a good old time. Get on the plane, do whatever it is that you were going to do on the West Coast, and then fly back, PAL, and basically do the whole thing in reverse. Man, it's like the old Narita flights. You remember? Yeah, flying into that. Where are we going? Are we going to the temple tour? We're going to go to the shopping center tour. I always did the shopping center tour. Oh, it's 8 already? All right, time for Fox News. This is The Point.
News. In a Utah courtroom where accused Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson is making his first in-person appearance, the judge hearing arguments on a number of issues, mainly in a closed session. But during the public portion, defense attorneys say the rules on what cameras can show were violated, including Robinson's shackles. Judge Tony Graff reminding everyone he can terminate media access, but he just ruled against that for now.
I find that excluding the cameras from the courtroom would be disproportionate for this hearing.
Instead, he's having one camera moved away from the defense table, where attorneys also said computer screens had been captured in some shots. Investigators in North Carolina say the suspect, accused of stabbing a man on a commuter train in Charlotte, is now charged with multiple counts and is in the country illegally.
Oscar Solorzano Garcia never should have been in Charlotte or ever been in this country.
He had been deported twice.
FBI Special Agent in charge Jim Barnacle says the second deportation was in 2021. They're still investigating how and when he came back into the U.S. In this case, the stabbing victim has also been arrested, accused of domestic violence and assaulting a pregnant woman. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem defending the Trump administration's crackdown on illegal immigration during a House hearing where Democratic Congressman Benny Thompson pressed her to admit it was the current administration that granted asylum to the Afghan national charged in a deadly attack on National Guard troops.
Trump administration, DHS, your DHS, approved the asylum application.
The asylum application moved forward under all of the information and vetting processes that were put in place under the Biden administration.
Noem criticizing the previous vetting for an Afghan refugee program after the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. America is listening to Fox News.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow and working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team.
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Back to the drawing board in the U.S. Senate after two health care bills failed to advance, including a Democrat proposal to extend Obamacare subsidies for 3 years. Premiums could spike when current subsidies expire soon.
You had 4 Republican senators. You had Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, Dan Sullivan of Alaska, and Josh Hawley of Missouri, who all said, yes, they voted for the Democratic plan. They also voted for the Republican plan. And what that signals to me is that there is some interest on the GOP side for doing something because they're worried about the political consequences.
Fox's Chad Pergam on Capitol Hill. The Republican plan was to let subsidies expire but shift spending to government-funded health savings accounts. A second grand jury in Virginia declines to re-indict New York Attorney General Letitia James after the original mortgage fraud case against her and a separate indictment of former FBI Chief James Comey were tossed out by a judge who ruled the federal prosecutor was not legally appointed. An attorney for James calls the re-indict rejection unprecedented. 2 California colleges reached settlements over claims of anti-Semitism.
UC Berkeley apologizing to Dr. Yael Natif, agreeing to pay her $60,000 and offering to rehire her. The Israeli visiting professor sued the school, alleging discrimination, arguing she was hired to teach a contemporary Israeli dance class prior to the start of the Israel-Hamas war and had been invited to return, but the school later retracted the offer. Pomona College agreeing to hire a Title VI civil rights coordinator and to create a task force, committee, or advisory council on Jewish life.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. A federal complaint was filed last year claiming civil rights law violations during pro-Palestinian demonstrations on campus. A record day on Wall Street, the Dow up 646 points, new closing high 48,704. The S&P topping 6,900. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
From small teams to growing companies, the United World Elite Business Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank can help turn your purchases to rewards your business can use. Plus, enjoy MasterCard benefits designed to give you peace of mind. Apply for the United World Elite Business Credit Card today, and if approved, earn 50,000 bonus miles when you spend $5,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit one of our branches or go to fhb.com/United Business.
Coming January 24th to the the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. The Cover Girl, live on Guam. Angel, the original cover girl, and her iconic voice, singing all their hits like Because of You, Promise Me, Inside Out, and Show Me. Joining them on stage, the queen of dance, EDM, and freestyle, Shannon. Also, 90s freestyle diva singing all her hits, Jocelyn Enriquez.
The radio plays our favorite song, and it's what keeps me holding on. Baby, do you miss me?
Brought to you by Choice Broadcasting, Trivision Media, and Cherry Media. This is a Jams Media show you don't want to miss. Tickets and info at guamtime.net.
13 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Sharp gift at the local shop or bladesbycrank.com.
News this hour is brought to you by Family Finance.
Today it's 8:07. I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. The Archdiocese of Agana announced yesterday that Luis Camacho is no longer a priest after a final ruling from the Vatican. Archbishop Ryan Jimenez announced that the Vatican upheld Camacho's removal from the clerical state for grave sexual offenses involving a minor. Camacho left Guam in 2015 after he was arrested for custodial interference. The Archbishop says the Vatican completed its review on September 19. The decision is final and means Camacho is permanently prohibited from exercising any priestly ministry in the Catholic Church. Jimenez says the decision reaffirms the Church's commitment to transparency and protecting minors. Meanwhile, the legal dispute between the governor and AG over a hotel contract continues at Supreme Court. The case centers on a $1.13 million contract with the Tropical Palm Hotel for the AG's proposed Dignity Project, funded by opioid recovery settlement money. Governor Lulian Guerrero sued to stop the contract, arguing AG Doug Moylan failed to follow procurement rules and get her signature. Moylan's recent filing argues the contract was procured by the Opioid Recovery Advisory Council, which he calls a legislative agent, and thus did not require the governor's approval. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dedido 633-4473. Family Finance.
The $900 billion House version of the 2026 National Defense Authorization Act passed yesterday, but failed to include several key provisions for Guam. The Pacific Center for Island Security noted the most glaring omission is the lack of new military housing construction money. This is a major concern as thousands of Marines and dependents are scheduled to arrive from Okinawa. Also missing is Congressman Jim Moylan's provision requiring a 180-day notice to Gov Guam before any nuclear energy deployment. PCIS Chair Robert Underwood says the Pentagon likely influenced the omissions, leaving Guam officials with little statutory authority over military housing and community impact projects. And GBB says Guam's tourism recovery is gaining momentum as arrivals continue to rise. The board reviewed new numbers showing about 62,000 visitors in October, up 16% from last year. Japan led the growth with nearly 18,000 arrivals, while Korea brought in about 33,000. GVB analysts expect stronger demand in 2026, with more Japanese traveling overseas and Korean travelers planning frequent short trips. Visitor satisfaction also remains high, with scores above 8 out of 10 in both markets. GVB says it will continue marketing pushes in Japan, Korea, and Taiwan, and will roll out more destination improvements next year. The board also approved plans for the New Year's Eve fireworks to be held in Hagåtña and Tumon. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Good. Keep Jeff Jams in a family working. That's a nice idea here. Didn't we already do a lot of weather? We did a lot of weather in the last hour, right? It was just basically Landon reaffirming what I've been saying. It's nice. It's nice now. We're going to get some nuisance rain. These little isolated showers that will be doing drive-bys in the village that will just rain hard enough and long enough for you to abandon any plans of painting, washing the car, or doing any kind of yard work. So what the hell? Might as well start drinking. Go shopping. We can go shopping at the bar. Anyway, so where was I? I was going to put the. I'm looking at the radar thing. There it is. There's the radar thing up on the screen, and as you can see, we got these little pockets of clouds coming through. That's what Landon was saying is going to bring some of these isolated showers. And unfortunately, it looks like they're going to be here through most of the weekend. Definitely today, mostly sunny. Otherwise, with highs around 87 degrees. Mostly cloudy tonight. Mostly sunny tomorrow, which is Saturday, and highs near 86 degrees. Hey, let's wake up early tomorrow, and we'll go watch cartoons all morning.
We always wake up early, dude.
Yeah, that's true. Never mind, I'm going to go run. Mostly cloudy Saturday night, partly sunny on Sunday with isolated showers. Daytime high should be about 87 degrees with a heat index today is going to feel like 92. 20% chance of rain, rip currents, high surf advisories could be in effect. So if you're hitting the water, double check before you go in. And sunset tonight should be about 5:55. That's nice. Don't forget Sunday around sunset. There's going to be the lighting of the Triangle Park out in Tutuan. Did I say that right?
You did.
Tatuhan?
Yeah.
It's not
Tatuan.
Tuman, Harmon. Right.
San Ramon.
It's the one, San Ramon Hill. A little triangle-y looking park that they've got in the place. That's where they're going to be doing the lighting up. And as I said, we got a couple of big races that are taking place over the weekend, 5 and 10K with Community First and the Plumeria Run. It's an annual. It's been done in Agania. I can't remember how many years, but it's been around forever, and I'm so glad that the guys over at Community First have it now because they're all runners, and they know what runners like before, during, and after a race. And then on Sunday, there's going to be the Jingle Bell Run. You can still go to the Guam Running Club site or find a link on the web or whatever and get yourself signed up for this. I think of the two race days, all of the big stuff's going to be taking place over at Leo Palace. Now you might be thinking, yeah, I heard about Leo Palace, man. A lot of hills there. Okay, so they've figured out a route that doesn't use all of the hills or use that one in particular in Leo Palace. So you'll start around the hotel, you'll run through the little bit of it, then you'll go to the guard shack, hang a U up at the guard shack, turn around, and then go through the village of Leo Palace. There is such a thing. It's where all the rich stuff is. And then you'll hit almost the bottom, but not quite. And there's a little turnaround that you've got up there. And that's basically it. You run yourself back up towards the guard shack area, towards that turn, and then continue on, if you will, into I forget what hole it is, but it's around the little man-made lake they've got there.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, that's not the man-made lake. The truth is, that's Fenna Lake. A lot of people don't realize it. You just because
there's an underwater tunnel.
It's hard to see on the map.
There.
Yeah, it's hard to see on it. That's where the
to
Navy gets its water. The Navy gets the water from over there at Leo Palace. But you run around that and you'll end up over by the chapel, and that's the way they're going to be doing that. It's still a little bit of a hill challenge, but you'll be able to survive it. 8:13. There it is. News and weather together. Congressman Moylan coming up.
Got friends who still haven't switched to GTA? Now's the time to give them a nudge because you can get up to $150 just for sending them our way. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet and you'll score $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's sweet, and it pays to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
Every year, it's the same thing. What do I get them for Christmas? This year, give them something they'll actually use and never forget. At Blades by Crank, we've got high-performance chef knives, hunting knives, pocket knives, sleek chef accessories, and never-released blades. Designed right here in the Marianas and built for precision, performance, and pride, we've got something for everyone. These aren't just tools. They're legacy pieces crafted to last a lifetime. Shop now at bladesbycrank.com or visit the local shop on the first floor of the Agania Shopping Center. Blades by Crank, making the holidays extra shinar.
Thank you, buddy. 8:14, Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the team over at Take Care. Congratulations. They got Gianna got the award for Pika's Best Nutritionalist. And there's an interesting story about nutritionist. One or the other, but she got the award. There's an interesting article about how they're going to be upping the standards on that for those folks in that business category here on Guam. 8:15, Ray Gibson Show also being brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Got to do shouts to the Pecos people. Had a little get-together over at Capitol Kitchen last night. 2 drinks. And they gave up the placards for Pecos Best. I was there to receive ours for Pecos Best radio personality and Pecos Best radio stations. I was really, really proud to be a part of all of that activity. It got me thinking about, other Pecos Best, right? And there was a time where Jimmy Craig Moylan was Pecos Best senator. But unfortunately, they should have. I'm going to talk to Ryan about this. They should have a category for Pecos Best congressman, don't you think?
That's Frenchie.
Yeah, this is Frenchie.
Where the hell is Jimmy? I thought Jimmy was on the phone.
I
waiting
don't
for
know
him to
where
call.
Jimmy is.
I really-
Jimmy is never where you expect him to be.
This is also true. This is also true. Frenchie.
That is his main weapon. Is that he's always where you don't expect him.
Stealth mode.
But-
Hey, Will Parkinson is watching the
Anyway,
program.
I was calling to talk about former Father Camacho that has been life-size.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You can if you want to. It's not anything that it terribly interests me, and I've gone over that before in the past. But go ahead if you want to talk about it. Go ahead. I won't stop you.
No, it's the end of a 10-year saga. He was arrested by the cops who were checking on cars by the beach in Agat, and he was caught in flagrante delicto, like the Latins like to say. And the process started under Apparon, but not a real process because he was a neo and he was protected by Apparon. But then he fled the island, went to Israel in the communities over there, and then in Qatar. And there was a ongoing thing going on. And then he showed up last year in the summer to try to be brought back into the priesthood here, but the process for licensing him had already been taking place, and he actually filed an appeal because he lost in the first set of rules. He filed an appeal and he lost the appeal, and so the Archbishop made people aware of it yesterday. I think he made a public.
That was when the statement came out. Yes.
Yeah, it was in the paper today, and so it's the end of 10 long years of a young man that should probably never have become a priest, but ended up going in it anyway with the wrong attitude, and so now it's another priest that has been life-sized on Guam, and slowly but surely. The ranks of the priesthood are being rid of a lot of those people that should not be priests in the first place, and that you wouldn't want your children to be associated with.
Oh.
So,
and in this case, according to the report and the paperwork that came out from the Archdiocese yesterday and the Archbishop, it was in flagrante with a minor.
With a minor, he actually pick her up at the school without the parents' authorization, and then took her with him in the car, and then found a quiet place to do whatever the voodoo they know we could do.
Yeah.
So,
Disgusting story.
Yeah, it was a disgusting story. It was an attempt of a cover-up. In the end, the good guys prevailed, and hopefully we can move forward. And as Tim Rohr mentioned many times, the clergy here on the island was just the mirror of corruption that we see in our civil society, and hopefully that will give an opportunity to the church to become again a beacon for right and wrong. And so that's what a lot of Catholics are expecting here on the island.
Fingers crossed that we continue to move in that direction, and and back into the grace of God.
Yeah, exactly.
And maybe when we achieve this, when we have atoned, perhaps good things will happen for Guam again.
Well, that's what a lot of people are hoping, and I am glad that many people awoke to the reality of the evil that was around us, and that maybe we can do something about it.
Jose Martinez suggesting if you want to know more, the overzealous neo-ecumenical way, read more about that at Jungle Watch. And see if there's other parts of this story. I tell you what, it's one of those things. It just feels like there's so much emotional baggage on it, and I don't have the emotional bandwidth to absorb it as some people do. And so I've always purposely kept this in kind of a blind spot. Like I said, I won't stop you from talking about it if you want to, but it's never been a story that has interested me because it's just so gross. It's a sticky kind of, I want to take a shower after I hear stories like this.
Yeah, when you're confronted with nasty things, it's never a pleasant experience.
Yes, correct.
But Team's website, the Jungle Watch, which Jose is mentioning, is nearing the 16 million views. So it shows that there is an interest. And people want to know what's going on, and so it's a good alternative to the local media that doesn't want to cover it. So with that, I hope that you all have a very nice weekend, and that Jimmy shows up from whatever bush he is hiding in.
He's hiding on line 2. I'm gonna bring him in, Frenchie. I'll talk to you.
We'll bless him, and I hope he's doing a good job.
All right. Talk to you soon. And Merry Christmas to you. 8:22 in the morning, 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. I want to build in a little bit of time in between the ick of that story and what I consider to be some interesting news. All the reports and documents that are coming out of Washington, D.C., one in particular that Jimmy Craig Moylan was referring to in the last couple of days, which shows that the brunt, the majority of all of the plans to safeguard the homeland begin, and to a great degree, center on Guam. If you'd listened to the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, in a speech that he gave the other day, the topic was affordability, but he did take opportunities to talk about how the old country, as in Europe, is now no longer relevant in this part of this century, in 2026 moving forward. The EU and most of Europe now needs to get back to their roots. They've got to stop thinking in terms of DEI and open borders and all of that. Otherwise, they are not going to continue to have any kind of identity that they currently enjoy. And in some places, it is completely evaporated into something that is unrecognizable from what it was before. Instead, thinking about the other major powers, and including the United States and China. And we know that there is an ascendant China and an aggressive China. And so a lot of the talk about protecting the United States and the homeland from China and Russia, Iran, to the degree that they're capable of doing it, all centers around Guam. This is it. This is the tip of the spear, and I don't want to use the phrase ground zero, but this is where this is where we'll be doing the fighting from. It seems to me. Good morning, Congressman. How you doing?
Great, Ray. This is where we'll be doing the defense. And the Department of War has really put in efforts, and our Committee on House Armed Services, with the passage of the National Defense Authorization Act, really did well for Guam for the FY26. So we're happy to see that. And of course, we're also, part of our defense is working with our allies. I just had the ambassador's office here from Japan. We had a good lunch in my office, and then we also just wrapped up a meeting just an hour ago with Vietnam Minister of Defense and Finance into our office, and just talking about how we can keep this relationship going, talking about our aggressors, the CCP, and the illegal fishing going on in the area. So it's all about the defense. We've got things building up a lot for Guam, and to keep our Indo-PACOM area free and open, and building our economy with our allies. So I don't think our aggressors will ever go away, but the whole idea is to make sure they don't even attempt to. So we had a briefing, some more information about the list of defense for the island, our Golden Zone, and that's moving along as well.
I still prefer iron. I know gold is better than iron, but I still prefer Iron Dome because that's the way my grandmother would have pronounced it. The Iron Dome is going to protect us from the tiniest communists. But anyway, so there's so much interesting stuff going on now. Naturally, we've got all of the bedwetters around here saying, but all the paperwork and the NDAA doesn't have any money for housing from the military, and now we're worried. What is it? Jesse Lujan is worried that they're going to take up all of the babysitters on Guam. There won't be any place to put for brown kids to get daycare. What's the story on all of that? I mean, that's got to be something that you are working on a regular basis. There is to ensure that whatever the impacts of a significantly larger military family and military adjacent population does not impinge on anything that we've got going on here on Guam. We already know that there are housing issues that we've got to take care of, and now they're likewise concerned about what it is we're going to be doing to meet some of the other needs of our growing community, including daycare, hospitals, medical care, all of that stuff. So what's the word on that out of Washington, D.C. these days?
Sure, and I'll be happy to talk with those that with more information. My colleagues over there at the legislature, and of course anything that comes up. But the FY26 NDAA, it includes $1.25 billion in direct federal investment tied to Guam, and there is money in there for military housing, $105 million for new funds for military housing in Guam. These funds are going to be used to replace unused housing residents, 136 units, and bringing them back on. So these will be brand new. They just refurbished and as good as new. So this is also building new housing by prioritizing and recovering of these units has been a consistent policy of ours over the past several years. We've always included funding for housing since I came on in the 118th Congress. So reducing the strain on the local housing market, and eventually, I understand with the daycare, but that's good business. But there's a lot we can talk about on the NDAA, and I'm happy to talk to you about that further. But I have something even newer. That happened today.
Let's get to that. But here's what I want, if it's possible. It sounds like you're on a speakerphone that's attached with a Bluetooth, and I'm not really happy with the quality of the sound. So if you're going to drop some new information on me out of Washington, D.C., if possible, if you could pick up the handset, and the audience and myself will be able to hear you more clear.
Okay. How about now?
More better. Oh, I wish we'd started with
better.
that. Yeah, more better. Okay, so what's a big deal coming out of Washington? Santa Claus coming to Guam. That's it?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, the sacks are full with all good things. So, and last week I introduced a bipartisan legislation with all the support of our territory delegates. It's a bipartisan to include Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico too. It's about our students in our territories and the high cost of obtaining a degree in the state. So it's titled In-State Tuition Guaranteed for Students from the territories. So that's what we're focused on. How can we help bring down the cost for our students that got to go over there for things that we don't have available in our territories and the classes to take? So that's the problem. Our students from Guam and our other territories, and plus when we finally get over to the mainland, we got to pay this outrageous out-of-state tuition at public universities, and which could be 2 or 3 times higher than what in-state students pay. And this is a great problem, and this happens even though our students we got U.S., we got nationals, and their families already. We got a high cost of living over here, and just to get to the mainland for school, that's a lot of money. So, when we combine the tuition, when we combine it with the travel, and then housing our children over there, the distance that we got to go through. College quickly, it just becomes unaffordable for many families. So what my bill does, it amends what's called the Higher Education Act of 1965. And what we're going to do is that every public college or university that receives federal funding they'll be required to charge eligible students from Guam, Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas, American Samoa, U.S. Virgin Islands, no more than the in-state tuition rate. They got to charge them in-state tuition rate. And so our students will be treated the same as in-state students when it comes to tuition costs and fees and making college much more affordable. So again, this applies to the U.S. Nationals who are residents of Guam, CNMI, American Samoa, and Virgin Islands. And of course, why does
you're telling me this
why
when
do
my
we
daughter's
even
only
need
got
this,
a
right?
year to go in
This is
college?
common sense.
Jimmy, you're telling me this after my daughter's she's 3/4 of the way done with college. Where were you 4 years ago? You should have done this when she graduated from academy.
I was too young to be in Congress, and I'm sorry.
This is. I would hope that something like this goes through. Do you suppose maybe? Obviously, you made some friends in the House. Maybe we'll get some go on this. Maybe some go in the Senate. It sounds like something that the President of the United States might actually line up with.
Yeah, absolutely. So today it came on committee. It came in what we call a markup. So it went to the Work and Education Committee, and I spoke on my measure. There was some attempts to do some amendments to it by the Democrats, but that didn't work out.
Yep.
And so it passed committee. I had the strongest vote in the committee for this. It ended up being bipartisan vote, 32-1. So it was really solid. And it's moving.
Wait, who
forward
voted
now.
against it? Wait.
Wait, there's always a character.
Which asshat voted against Guam?
Yeah. Well, Jefferson did have their reasons, but it didn't make us think about it, and there was some sort of courtesy in how it was done on the vote. However, it's bipartisan. It was pretty solid. We've got a good chance now. We're wrapping up some more signatures to get it through and building it up. And in addition, we also had the Guam Youth Congress unanimously vote in support through their resolution in support of our measure. So
very good.
We wanted to make sure the kids were involved as well. So
very good.
It passed the committee. It passed the markup. Now next is the floor. So we're going to keep you advised of that. But it was super strong, getting 32-1. It was strong bipartisan. So we have more chances to getting in there. So, and plus, our students can also be eligible for the continuous grants that they may receive. So we're talking a big difference from out-of-state to in-state tuition. And this is going to give the kids even more opportunity now.
Yep. Well, I can see the advantages. I can see the advantage of it.
Yeah.
And the advantages for stateside students as well. This isn't going to cost the universities anything, and I think it's going to add to the significant abilities for Chamorro kids to be able to take things over at the schools that they go to. 8:33. Congressman, I got to let you run. I'll talk to you soon. And Merry Christmas to you if I don't see you between now and then.
Merry Christmas.
Although I know I'm going to see you between now and then. In the meantime,
That's right.
I got a smaller. I got to let you go because I got a smaller name on line 3.
Okay.
Got it.
Good.
So, it's my neighbor, Will Parkinson. Senator Parkinson, buenas noches.
Biba Guam. Merry Christmas, Ray.
Biba, the Dow. You see where the Dow is today? Dow 48,704. The thing went up 646 points. We're in record territory with the Dow. I think that's incredible. For those of you that have got some money socked away that's indexed to the Dow, that's good. S&P 500 also good. Lackluster movements on the Nasdaq side. But I just wanted to start off because I haven't had a chance to really talk about that just yet. A couple of things that you were working on and both of them I kind of like. I have not yet read both pieces of legislation, but the headline stuff and the conversation that it creates when it comes to being able to have this plebiscite vote, I'm in favor of it. I've been in favor of this since you and I started talking about it. If for no other reason, revive the conversation. Hopefully, it goes somewhere this time. But I'm even in bigger support of it now. My support is even greater now because of the way that the folks over at the Commission on Decolonization and the governor's office are digging in against it. You must be doing something right if you've got their attention and they've decided to be as vocal and as aggressive in their opposition as possible to this. So you must be on track.
Well, I like to think that when you meet resistance, it means that you're actually doing something real. because otherwise people wouldn't bother to speak up, right? They would just let it go on because it wouldn't have any real effects. What we're doing is really substantial here by trying to revive this plebiscite and do it in such a way that it will pass legal muster, and we can do it in a relatively short amount of time. We can actually get this done if we have the political will and the political courage to make the necessary change. Because I know for a lot of people, they have very strong feelings about this change. But you got to understand that I'm coming at this angle from a how to get this done, from a practical angle for how do we actually get this done, because the courts have said that we cannot move forward with a native inhabitant vote. There is part of me that is sympathetic to that, part of me that even wants to do it if it was possible. But there is no possibility through the legal avenues. And so my offering, my initial suggestion is let's open it up to everybody. It's a starting position in a greater community conversation. It doesn't have to be an endpoint. You know, we can make adjustments. Maybe if people want to add some sort of residency requirement, hey, I'm totally okay with that. That's democracy. That's part of the lawmaking process. But, you know, for the people that are just against the idea in its totality, I would ask them and I would challenge them, what is your plan then? If it's not this way, if it's not the way I suggest, then how do we do it?
Well, keep going to the United Nations, and they've been doing that for forever. I mean, I was looking at the time frame on this since the last major change that created the Commission on Decolonization. That was almost 30 years ago, and so for all of the money and for all of the effort that we put into this, we've got no receipts, we got no receivables after 30 years. There must be something wrong with the plan that we have, and so we've got to come up with something other than going to the United Nations, bitching about how lousy we got it from the United States of America to the tune of billions of dollars a year, and then going and watching Hamilton or something like that. That plan clearly has not worked for us.
Yeah, you know, keep doing what you've always doing, and you're going to keep getting what you've always got.
Sure.
And we need to change it up, because you're right. The Office of Decolonization was created in 1997 during the 23rd Guam legislature, when Parkinson the Elder was still in the legislature. So that was a very, very long time ago. And we need to look at our basic assumptions, you know, the things that we're trying to do, and see if we need to change things around.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, like let's even have it their way. If I could have a native inhabitant vote tomorrow legally using government funds,
do it.
I would. Let's do it. But the problem is the courts and the court rulings do not allow us to do so. So it's either we need to change something up in our plebiscite laws, or we never vote. We never get a chance. It never happens. And so it's a little bit of a rock and a hard place, and we have to have a very frank and very honest community discussion about how do we want to move forward, if we ever move forward at all.
Yeah, the line about you know, it's the right of the colonized to figure out how they're going to decolonize themselves. I get that, and it's pretty sounding, but it is irrelevant in terms of the Constitution. And they're going to go back and say, well, that's not our Constitution, so why do we have to do everything so that it lines up with the Constitution? And the fact of the matter is this is the United States of America, and the Constitution is in effect over this land. And that's just the way it is. We cannot go outside of the Constitution to get things done, no matter how much you stomp your feet and shake your fist. We got to follow the rules that exist to control the island and to govern the island, and you can't just walk around it because you don't like it. 8:39 in the morning. One other thing because I got to move into news and I got a guest coming in, is just real quick. I appreciate the work that you're trying to do to eliminate what looks like the last of the major procurement stumbling blocks that we've got. There is still the opportunity now where somebody feels like they've been ripped off or mistreated in the procurement and negotiations, that they can make a complaint and everything comes to a screeching halt. I agree with you. We should continue to be able to move forward with these things and resolve any issues with procurement at the same time, as opposed to just stopping everything.
Absolutely. You know, this most recent procurement protest is really indicative of a greater problem we've been having on the island, where any protest can stop a major project in its tracks Like Sanchez is never going to get built off the ground unless we address the way our procurement works. And right now, the people that are making protests have no skin in the game. If they make a protest, if it's frivolous, and we discover that later, there is no cost for them doing so. There is no downside for them for doing so. So they can indefinitely, basically veto these projects until they get their way.
Right.
And I don't think that's a good way to operate operate our public infrastructure. If there is real cause and there is real malfeasance and wrongdoing, and I will be the first one to say, then we should definitely take a look at those contracts. But if we are seeing a continued pattern of frivolous stays that are stopping the public good, that are against the public interest, then it's incumbent on us to make the changes.
Yeah, well, make a change, but also hold them accountable. If we determine that this is a frivolous opposition to procurement just because you lost or you think you were treated unfairly in this, if we find that there are issues here that show the opposite of that, there ought to be some penalties that apply. 19 away from the top of the hour. I'm going to grab a copy of your legislation, run it by a guy named John Thomas Brown. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. As far as I'm concerned, he's a procurement expert, and one of the guys. Hopefully, if you haven't run it across him, I will, and see what his comments are.
Absolutely. I'm interested to see what he has to say, sir.
Gotcha. 8:41 in the morning. You have a terrific rest of the day. I'll see you out there somewhere this weekend.
All right. Take it easy, neighbor. Bye-bye.
Shoot. Senator Will Parkinson on the line, 19 away from the top of the hour. Senator, there are a bunch of questions for you from Are You Kaduku 671 on the YouTube feed. You might want to jump over there and see what's going on. Last big look at news and headlines after the break with Donna D.
You asked and we listened. The Bacon Portobello Mushroom Melt, a Wendy's favorite, is back. Try our deliciously indulgent sandwich made with juicy beef, crispy applewood smoked bacon, sautéed portobello mushrooms, and melted cheese. All on a soft toasted bun. Available only for a limited time. Head on over today. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Bacon Portobello Mushroom Melt.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825 extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovWam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic. Our island, your clinic.
Jerome McDonald talking and says, look at the big picture. Think big. Casinos will boost the Guam economy. No, well, you know what's going to boost the Guam economy? Is the opening of Pono's in Agana. I think that's going to be a big deal. I see Bert's on the line. Says, Havadays and aloha tetlu. Hope to see you and the gang tomorrow blocking off the street for you. Blocking off the street, and then I'm going to bring my chair out there with my cooler and just going to hang out all afternoon with the guys over at Pono and celebrate their grand opening. And a lot of people keep asking me, where exactly is that? Okay, you know where boat basing is? It's across the street in the building in the corner where Old Agana Grill used to be once upon a time. So Old Agana Grill was a little bit closer to Skinner Plaza. On the other side of that, right next to Secret Garden, is where Pono is going to be. So Naomi and Bert and the rest of the family are going to be hanging out there. News with Donna D now on The Point. Hava.
The Ukudu power plant is back online and being tested, hitting a high of 208 megawatts this week. GPA is targeting the end of the month for full commissioning, but delays have cost the authority nearly $13 million. GPA is seeking an extension from the U.S. EPA to avoid potential fines if older plants are not shut down by March 30. Meanwhile, Ukudu High School's class of 2027 will host this Slay the 5K at Chamorro Village on December 20. This is a sunset run. Warm-up starts at 4:30 p.m. and the run begins at 5 p.m. Registration is $20 through December 19, $25 on race day. The first 100 finishers get a free shirt. Sign up online or at Micronesia Mall this weekend from 11 to 4. And the Japanese International Academy of Guam is issuing its Tomodachi card for a $100 donation that supports the school. Only 300 cards are available, offering discounts at partners like PHR Hotels and Donkey. Cards are available at the Tomodachi booth at Donkey Village tomorrow through Monday. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
And a note here, the Tomodachi Run/Walk 2026 is already being put together, and it looks like all you got to do is just do the run now. January the 11th, showtime 5:30, go time at 6:30. It'll be in the morning. It'll be at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. Grand prize, round trip is a raffle prize, is an airplane ride to Tokyo. It looks like courtesy of Japan Airlines. They got all kinds of. They're going to have Imabushi. There's going to be Imabushi in the place, too. That's nice. At any rate, it's 8:45 in the morning. Donnie, you got to get out of here. And got time during the break to bring in Roro from the Guam Hogs. We're going to be talking about the candy run that's coming up.
This February, skip the roses and give them a night they'll never forget. It's Subscribe to Love, happening February 13th, 2026, at the stunning Leo Palace Resort.
She's my sunshine in the rain.
Starring two of the smoothest voices on the internet, Jeremy Passion and Gabe Bunda.
Your fingers cross mine.
Together for one unforgettable night of music, vibes, and island romance. Couples, singles, and a whole squad. This is your Valentine's celebration. Tickets available now at guamtime.net. Make this Valentine's weekend unforgettable. Get set to subscribe to love.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and all of us at Security Title want to wish you a joyous holiday season. We are grateful for your continued trust and support, and we look forward to serving you in the new year. May your homes be filled with warmth, laughter, and love this Christmas. From our family to yours, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Security Title, celebrating over 25 years as your trusted partner in real estate.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team.
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Let's go. So a limited amount of time here to get all of the information out there. It's 888-8255 is my telephone number, 797-8255. And I do believe I have a graphic around here that I can show. But first, I got to introduce everybody. It's my bro, Roro from the Guam Hogs. How you doing?
Good. Buenas and half a day.
The mustache, bro. The mustache. So we got to back up on this. It's not the first time that Ro's been in the studio to talk about something that the Hogs are going to be up to. And so every time he's been in the studio, every month you got a different face, right?
Yes.
A different way you're cutting your beard or your mustache or something like this. So now we've got I don't want to call it a Hitler mustache, but because my grandfather had a mustache like that, but it was I don't know, it's hard to describe exactly the way it looked, but it was very, very similar to that. And I threaten every once in a while. It's one of those things. If don't drink and then try to shave your face or do a mustache or something like that, because you just screw it up. And every once in a while, I've put the shaver down. Put the shaver down. Leave it. If it still sounds like a great idea tomorrow, then great. But anyway, so this is an interesting one. How does the wife feel about that?
Oh, she likes it.
She's okay?
I'm going with the Charlie Chaplin look.
Charlie Chaplin. Okay, that's the way to describe it. The better way to describe it. The non-tyrannical. Anyway, so nice to have you in the studio, and we don't have a lot of time, but it's the holidays, and I know that the Hogs start working on this like in January because they want to make it as spectacular as possible by the time it gets to be time for the candy cane and the Santa run.
Yes. So we're doing our Christmas candy run. Again, we're going to be doing the bagging tomorrow at Tamuning Elementary. Thank you, Tamuning Elementary, for allowing us to use your facilities. We'll be bagging the candies at 8 o'clock in the morning. And then that's Saturday. And then we'll be bagging about 5,000 bags of candy.
Unreal.
Probably over 5,000, depending on how much candy we have left. But all that will be later on that evening. We're also doing a Christmas lights and decked out bikes. So that's so the guys who decorate their bikes with lights can't really see it when you're doing the actual candy run because it's daytime. Yeah, so we're giving the riders an opportunity to show off all their hard work for decorating their bikes at night. So we'll be doing that.
Where's that going to be?
we're going to meet up at Wild Bill's at 6 o'clock, and then we'll roll out around.
I'm not
6:30.
surprised. Okay, so 6 o'clock rally point is Wild Bill's, and then so how many guys do you think you're going to be out there with bikes that are lit up for the holidays?
Well, usually what we have is around 20 to 15 bikes.
That's a good number.
Yeah.
So visible for sure, and you'll know they're in the area. You'll be able to hear them, and so look around to the sound, where the sound is originating from, but also be ready to be dazzled by the spectacular lights that are going to be attached to these things.
Yeah, last year, I mean, I had like this huge sleigh and a big reindeer up in front, and it was kind of interesting because I was like, as soon as I started riding, I was like, oh shoot, this deer's in my way, so I had to lean over to the side so I can see where I'm going.
Oh, that's brilliant! That's brilliant.
But yeah, it was pretty fun, and then we'll ride down to Tumon, all the way down to Beach Bar, back up through the circle, and then down to Lada's. We'll make a stop there, and then we'll go from there to Skinner Plaza to have the kids judge the bikes. So whoever's down there, because I know they're putting up lights now.
Sure.
So we'll see. We'll try and grab some people and.
Well, that's crazy fun. That's a long day for you, though. I mean, because we're starting early, and they're going to do the bagging, and then you've got the other ride with the lit up bikes, and then back down, and then Sunday is when the actual ride is going to be.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So tell me about what's going to be happening on Sunday.
On Sunday, we're actually meeting up at GPO again. We'll meet there around 8 o'clock, and then if you're feeling festive and you'd like to dress up, that'd be great, because we're going to be having a judging contest for the best costume as well. So the person who wins the Christmas lights and decked out bikes will end the ride at KO's, and they'll get a $50 bar tab.
Very nice.
So whoever wins the best costume will, at the end of the ride, will have a $50 bar tab from Wild Bill's. As well. So if you guys want to, because that's where the ride's going to end. Once everybody from the north and the south come together, we'll meet up at Wild Bill's and have an after party there.
Which is a distinction here, is because there's so many kids and so many folks that are going to be receiving these candy bags. There's no way they can get it all done once. Unfortunately, they don't have the same magic that Santa Claus does. So they're going to be going out in two different directions. One team going north, one team going south, and then another rally point a little bit later on. Would you say that's going to be Lada's or Wild Bill's?
Oh, Wild Bill's.
Wild Bill's for the finish.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So
and then we'll have a big after party, and people will. That's where we'll also distribute out the for those that have never ever ridden the ride. We'll be handing out the year pin and the Guam Hogs Christmas Candy Run pin.
Excellent.
So that.
It's the same as a patch for the Boy Scouts.
Yeah.
But you collect these things and you stick them on your leathers. The more, the merrier, and you can see what kind of services that you have done for the club to help out with the community. It's a great deal, and I'm so happy to help you talk about this, because for a lot of kids, this might be the only Christmas they get.
Yes, and what we're doing. A lot of people that don't know about it as well. We kind of hit more of the underprivileged or low cost housing areas. So we're not going to be hitting like everywhere. We're going to be hitting like the Ironwood homes.
I was going to say, what about the poor people in Parisville, Paris Acres, up there in Gigo? Get the what's the name of that place on Epal Road, Joe?
Talaverde.
Talaverde. What about the poor children at Talaverde?
Yeah.
They'll be okay, I'm sure.
Yeah. So, and then we'll also, again, we'll be having two Santas, and it's a cool experience, because some of the people that have read it for the first time have always said, "Wow, this was such a great event. I've never experienced something like this." Especially because you got a bunch of the whole motorcycle community coming together as one to do something common, and it's to spread the Christmas cheer and give you something back to the community that they they see the smiles on the kids' faces and they're so excited. So yeah, the other day we were doing our route recons and the kids were already running out with their bags and like, where's Santa? And it's like, oh wait, next week.
Sunday. Sunday, we'll be back on Sunday.
Yeah.
This is and it's a ride.
Yes,
and it's a ride. That's the other thing. I understand, although I don't necessarily have the opportunity to do this because I forgot to buy a motorcycle this year. I got the glasses. I got the glasses. I got the motorcycle guy glasses, but I forgot to buy the motorcycle. But I understand the concept. The fellowship. We're going out. What are we doing today? We're going for a ride.
Yeah.
Okay, but this ride has a particular purpose, and that is to take care of other people in the community that might not be having the best of their Christmases. There's a whole lot going on. These kids are coming from broken down families and broken down homes, and all of a sudden here comes somebody on a motorcycle. It's bright. It's shiny. Guy looks like Santa Claus, and there's elves in the background.
Right.
And they're handing them free candy. Here you go,
Yes.
kids. Brush your teeth when you're done with all of that.
And it's not sugar free. Hey, I was on the.
Sounds like a warning to the parents. We're coming by with sugary candy for your kids.
Right. Yeah, I was on the Veterans with Benefits.
That's where I got the poster.
Yeah, and they were like, make sure it's sugar free. It was like, no, we don't want them throwing the candy back at us.
Nice. Where did all of this stuff come from? I mean, I know it's primarily the Hogs and an annual program that you do every year, and I know you guys put a lot of work into this, but there's other people that help you out with all of this, and folks that maybe deserve a shout out for their contributions one way or the other.
Yes, I wanted to also shout out to HMI for donating funds.
That's our guys, Veterans with Benefits. Yeah.
They help donate money to us for our to buy more candy, and then the Rotary Club of Guam is also donating, and Kiwi Chris Rabitz, he's also donated some money for this event, and American Legion also donated. So I want to say thank you to all of those
because they want the business. They want you to stop drinking at Wild Bill's and swing by over there every once in a while. Beer's just as cold,
right? A little bit cheaper, but it's still a good place, and it's a good nonprofit organization as well. I mean, they help out for veterans as well. So they help out with us on our Wounded Warrior ride as well. So again, we want to say thank you to all those who Matt.
Bro, I love my shirt. I love my shirt. I wore that all over Manila.
Yeah.
I was just back there, and I didn't need to pack a lot of clothes, but the clothes that I wanted to pack, I wanted it to say Guam or something that was connected with the island, and naturally that was one of them that I absolutely had to take back with me because it says Guam, and it's got the logo of the radio station on it. So I was like, I gotta show out.
Thank you again for helping sponsor that event, and then again Matt Beck with TriVision for putting up our posters on his TriVision monitors out there. Again, thank you, and so
I think that covers it. So, do you still need volunteers for the bagging?
Yes. So
okay.
if you guys want to, if you want to donate more candy, you're more than welcome to do that on tomorrow.
Hard candy, not chocolate, because the chocolate will melt.
Yep. And that way it's easier to throw too. It's
Bro, what a year this has been. And I don't have a lot of time, about 90 seconds left before Fox News. This is the big deal for the Guam Hogs as far as community outreach is concerned. But are you guys going to be doing anything special? Going to be doing any campouts, any New Year's rides, things like that?
As far as I know, we're still waiting on when they're going to do the big bike fest again. So usually they've been doing it towards the end of the year. So I don't know if they're going to do something again beginning of the year. But we're having our camp out. We're going to do that, I think, in April, or May.
Okay.
And so that's a big event for us.
I keep threatening to go to one of those because it sounds like it's crazy. It's got to be crazy, insane fun. You guys, you go for a ride someplace, and then you hit the campsite, and then it's an overnight from there. And I'm positive there's no sleeping.
No. I mean, eventually you will fall asleep. But, I mean, after how many
whatevers.
Yeah, cases of beer. You can drink.
That's why there's a benefit of membership, if you will. You want to find out more about membership, just poke your head into Wild Bill's pretty much any time. Grab yourself a couple of beers. There's usually somebody in the Hogs or one of the motorcycle clubs that hangs out there and can give you all the information you need. Roro, thanks so much for coming in.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Anytime, Brett. Anytime. I got to break away. I got Fox News Live in seconds. KUSG again. Your peak is best. This is The Point.
Accused assassin in court. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. An hours-long hearing in Provo, Utah for Tyler Robinson, the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk on a college campus in September, as a court considers a number of issues, including whether cameras should be allowed.
I find that excluding the cameras from the courtroom would be disproportionate for this hearing.
Judge Tony Graff said he could order cameras removed at any time. He also ordered the cameras be moved after the defense argued Robinson's shackles were visible, as were notes by the defense team. The judge will rule on a gag order later this month. Prosecutors have said they plan to seek the death penalty. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the man Homeland Security claims is an illegal migrant with ties to the MS-13 gang, has been released from immigration enforcement custody after a court hearing today.
Judge Paula Zinnes in Maryland found Kilmar Abrego Garcia has been detained since he was wrongfully sent to El Salvador without lawful authority. She said a judge never signed a final order of removal for him. Abrego Garcia had been deported to El Salvador earlier this year despite an order meant to prevent his removal. When he was brought back, a grand jury in Tennessee indicted him for human smuggling 3 years ago. When he was released from custody in Tennessee and went back to Maryland, immigration officials picked him up again. They've been trying to sort out removing him to a third country, though most of the ones proposed have said they won't accept him.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. Abrego Garcia's attorney says his client plans to return to Maryland, where he has an American wife and child, and said he's not sure what comes next, but said he's prepared to defend his client against further efforts to deport him. Defying months of pressure from President Trump, Indiana's Republican-led Senate has rejected a redrawn congressional map that would have favored their party. The proposed map was designed to give Republicans control of all 9 of the state's congressional seats, up from the 7 they currently hold. America is listening to Fox News.
The Hilton Guam Resort and Spa is hosting a celestial New Year's Eve countdown. This is an open bar New Year's Eve party at the Tree Bar, and tickets are only $60 per person or $100 per couple. DJ Mark kicks the New Year's Eve mix off at 9 p.m., and then it's a night full of raffle prizes, specialty cosmic cocktails, and a grand deal champagne toast at midnight. Dinner patrons at the Hilton that night get discounted no-host bar tickets for only $15. Get tickets at guamtime.net and at the Hilton front desk. Bud Light reminds you that responsibility matters.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA, or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Tellin San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
A federal indictment out of Oklahoma for a man accused of threatening to kill federal agents.
The unsealed indictment shows 26-year-old Logan Murfin accused of 5 counts of threatening to assault and murder federal law enforcement officers with intent to impede, intimidate, interfere, and retaliate. Another 5 counts of interstate communication with a threat to injure. That from federal prosecutors in the Northern District of Oklahoma, who tell Fox News that Murfin knowingly posted several threatening and intimidating statements on social media in October against ICE agents amid ongoing immigration action. No word if Murfin is being represented. Homeland Security is investigating the case. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
The grand jury has declined for a second time in a week to re-indict New York Attorney General Letitia James on allegations of mortgage fraud. The busiest time of the year for the post office is fast approaching.
The Postal Service says it's ready for the busiest week of 2025. Monday, December 15th, kicks off the last week to get millions of holiday cards and packages in the mail to be delivered in time for Christmas. Tuesday, December 16th, the deadline for Postal Ground Advantage packages. Wednesday for First Class. Thursday for Priority Mail. And Saturday, the 20th, for Priority Mail Express in the lower 48. UPS and FedEx with similar deadlines. Their 3-day ground deadline is next Friday. This year, Christmas falls on a Thursday, exactly 2 weeks from today. Therese Crowley, Fox News.
Disney is investing $1 billion in OpenAI to bring characters like Mickey Mouse and Luke Skywalker to their Sora video tool. The 3-year deal makes Disney the first major content partner for Sora. Both companies are emphasizing responsible AI use to protect creators' rights. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team.
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
13 days till Christmas. This Christmas countdown is brought to you by Carrier Guam. Daily savings on all our high wall units, both Carrier and Toshiba splits.
Go. That's Ray Gibson Show. Portion is brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Got to do shouts to Pika's Best, Wendy's and Cold Stone. Hung out with the Wendy's ladies last night, and they said, hey, what do you think of that portobello mushroom? I said, you need to put that on the menu forever. That needs to be there like the 5% business privilege tax, right? Oh, wait. Oh, but you know what I'm trying to say. It's a favorite. It's back. Limited time only. The deliciously indulgent sandwich. We start with that Wendy's beef, crispy applewood smoked bacon, because it's the applewood smoked bake everything. Sauteed portobello mushrooms and melted cheese, soft toasted bun. And the thing is, you can take each one of the ingredients separately and it would be awesome. But the way they come together, it is a symphony of flavors in your mouth. You got to try it. You'll take a bite and go, he was right. It's Wendy's bacon portobello mushroom melt.
Real Talk Radio is back. Welcome to The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
7 after 9 o'clock in the morning. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Earlier, we were doing a compare and contrast. I had asked ChatGPT, the number one downloaded app on the Apple App Store is ChatGPT. I asked it to give me an image, text to image of 4 hot pinais in bikinis at a beach, and it gave me an image, and I looked at it. And said, okay, that's fine. That's adequate. That will do. And I said Grok is the other AI, and I use as many of them as I possibly can. So I asked Grok to make me the same images, and as you can tell, the Grok came out with something that was a little bit sexier, a little bit more, I don't know, AI candy-ish, if you will. And so you can use that prompt all the time. I'm sure you'll be happy with the results. You pay. I want to say it's a little bit extra to go for Grok, but as my old man says, it doesn't always cost that much extra to fly first class. So get the first class. Now Tattoo Shauna was at, and you know Shauna, right?
Yeah.
Fujikawa Stickles. She was asking, does it do pinups? Models and pinup models, and so the answer is yes. And some of you are asking, well, okay, where's that picture, Ray? Are you going to put that picture up on the screen? And I don't know if I want to put that image on the screen, because it's like women in bathing suits at the beach. I mean, we see that every day, but women in pinup outfits at the beach, not something that you see kinda all the time. So I will wait. You know what? It's got to be blessed by Tattoo Shauna. If she says it's okay to put that picture up on the screen before I leave, then I'll put that picture up on the screen, because otherwise, dirty old man creeper. That's. I'm sure that's what some people, when they watch the show, people are watching this on KOM going, what? There's a guy talking in the background, but there's these 4 lovely ladies in bikinis on the beach. What kind of show is this? What kind of television show is this? At any rate, so we got a lot to get to. It's Friday. You know, we always do a bunch of interviews and stuff on the set here on Fridays, and no different this time. This will be interesting because this guy's got a background in radio. Did you know?
Did I know?
Yes, his old man used to own Hot 98 up in Saipan once upon a time, and I've been to that radio station and played around with the toys and the technology. We liked it so much we bought it once upon a time. Did he ever take you up there and let you mess around with the equipment?
Absolutely, I was there. So I lived in Saipan. I went to Garapan Elementary for 2nd and 3rd grade.
Yeah.
And I hosted a field trip of my class in 3rd grade to go there, and then we all took turns reading the weather.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
so we got to have the kids experience what a studio was like. But man, it was so great. It was beautiful.
One of my favorite things about Hot 98, and if you're old school Saipanese, or maybe you go up and down over the years, is got this spot on Middle Road, and it looks like there's a radio station in there.
Yeah.
You got the speakers on the outside and all of the artwork, and it was very obvious that there was a cool radio station. And your mom gave me once upon a time a Hot 98 refrigerator magnet.
Yes, we still have some. I don't know how we resurrected those from some box somewhere.
They're great. It looks like lips, and so you got that and the Hot 98 logo. It's just a terrific thing. Those were some interesting times. It's kind of a heyday up in NMI back in those days. A little bit of the garment factory influence was still floating around. First time I ever saw Korean hot pants was in Saipan.
Okay.
And good news that I reported this morning, Philippine Airlines is going to resume flying Manila, Saipan.
There you go.
March of 2026.
Beautiful.
Green shoots, maybe, and good news for the economy if they can be attractive to folks from the Philippines. Come out there for there's great food in Saipan. Number one, you've got a lot of great restaurants back in the day in the place, and there I think is some great diving that you can do.
Oh yeah,
Managaha Island, just a day trip out of Managaha. Yeah. And you got that walk. It's not supposed to be a conversation about just Saipan, but one of the things I am absolutely jealous of Saipan on the western side of the island, from in between Susupi and Garapan. I'm doing it wrong. There's this walkway that I don't know. I forget which governor put it in there. It's 20 years ago or something like that, and it's gorgeous.
It's the best morning walk ever.
Ever,
and run.
ever,
you
ever,
can
ever.
run.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah.
It's you know what I tell everybody that comes to Guam, if they're like, they come here for work and military, whatever they're visiting, I say, Guam is amazing. Do all of these things. Here's a list, but
bang, bang, bang,
one of the best things to do is go to Saipan too.
Yeah.
You got to go to Saipan. It's fairly inexpensive. Check it out.
Relatively inexpensive, in that it is not. It's not $1 million, but whatever it takes to get up there, give that a shot. And yeah, I've run the Saipan Marathon a couple of times, and the Saipan Marathon ends about at the end of that trail. So and so everybody, when I'd run, I would go, because there's not a whole lot of coverage, right? So when I would run towards that, because in addition to it being along the breezy side of the ocean, you've also got some tree coverage.
Yeah.
So it's cooler, and that comes in the last couple of miles, the last literally 3 miles of the race, of the marathon.
Beautiful.
And it's the only place where you can get some coverage from the sun, and the sun is on top of you.
Oh yeah,
by the time you're doing that, they've got a race coming up, not a hell of the Marianas. I was looking at this as well, but you've got some buddies up there in the athletic community. They're doing a race. Maybe it's a race, maybe a run, maybe a hike, but they're doing it. They're following the trail that was the sugar, the train. They got that sugar train.
Okay.
So the tracks still exist, or the trail where the tracks were still exists. So they're going to be following that. That, from a historical perspective, would be absolutely cool. Anyway, so I got Clay in the studio, and there's other reasons why we know Clay, and one of them is he's also the guy that we talk to when it comes to skateboard time. And last week, before I went to the Manila, I had the opportunity to do an interview, but all they told me was was it going to be Clayton Duvall, Black Widow Cleaning. And as it turns out, it wasn't Clayton Duval Black Widow cleaning. It was a plug for the tournament that was coming up that eventually got washed out. And so here's this guy, Tommy
Finn.
Tommy Finn. I have no idea who Tommy Finn was. I thought he worked for you. I'm serious. I thought he's a Black Widow guy. I thought he was one of the guys that go in and clean bathrooms or in people's houses and stuff. I didn't realize I was talking to celebrity until he opened his mouth and his accent told me he's not from around these parts. No. And he said a couple of other things, and then I thought, this guy is skateboard royalty. He's got to be. I didn't have time to look him up or anything because obviously I'm in the conversation with him right now.
Oh, my goodness.
And I'm like, okay, so what's it like at Tony Hawk's house? And he had an answer for that because he's been to Tony Hawk's house. And so I went over to Mosa's that night and hanging out with the guys over there. And I said, do you know, because they're all skateboarders and surfer guys. I said, do you know who this guy is? I said, yeah, it's Tom Finn. He was here last night. Yeah. So we got skateboard royalty in the studio, and I'm such a lunk. I'm so heavy I didn't know. And we got to talking a lot about skateboarding and how it changed his life. And there's opportunities for skateboarding, et cetera, to change the lives of a lot of kids here.
Absolutely, yeah. So Tommy Finn, we were contacted. We were put in contact with him from the president of World Skate Oceania, the regional sports federation.
Yeah.
He is a international skateboarding icon. He's right now number 14th in the world in the men's street rankings, number 1 in Australia multiple times. Out of the whole continent, he's the best skateboarder. So he's got some accolades. He's been a pro for a while. He's sponsored by all
since
these,
he was like 11.
Sponsored by all these flagship sponsors, And the thing is, really down to earth, really nice, humble guy.
Super cool.
Super great. We brought him out here to do some workshops with the kids and, kind of teach us how to judge, runs and stuff. And so he had a blast. He didn't want to leave. He wanted to extend. We brought, we gave him a goodie bag with all the local treats, but he was stoked. He wanted to go to Mosa's even on Sunday. The last day, he's like, man, Mosa's is closed. He was stoked. He loved the food. He loved the vibes. And he was really like, man, I'm going to miss you guys, You go to a lot of places and they see a lot of pro skaters and it's just nothing. It's just another thing to them, but they don't, there's a disconnect. But he's like, here, you guys really appreciate and you really love having people that can affect your community. I'm like, yeah, it's just the island hospitality. So he loved it. He's going to come back. He was looking around at all of these gnarly spots. 20 stair handrails looking. He's like, oh my God, this is the best place. You guys have so many street spots. He's like, I got to bring my team here and film. None of these spots have been in any skate videos. He's looking at stuff that we would never even think to skate because it's just too big. He's like, no.
We can do that here.
Skate. We could skate this. We got to come out. I'm like, yeah, please come out. So it was a pleasure hosting him. And
unfortunately, you weren't able to do the tournament, and so it's been postponed. Not canceled, postponed until what, March next year?
Proper dry season is what we think.
Okay.
March. I mean, it was. It's a shame because it was dry up until that day, and then it was dry for like 5 days after.
Yep.
But it happens, right? And so we started the event. We were running the heat and we had skaters, putting runs down and then it rained out and we tried to dry it up and it just was persisting. And so we put it up to the athletes. Hey, it's up to you. This is for you, right? We can't do this event without the athletes. So you guys vote amongst yourselves, talk. And they we gave them some options. Like we could dry up a portion of the park. We could wait, this and that, or we could postpone it until it's proper dry season where all the grass around us looks dead and black because, it hasn't rained in months. And so, yeah, majority vote.
Good, because I think it's kind of disappointing that it didn't happen. But if you'd continued, somebody could have gotten hurt.
That's the thing, is the safety for the athletes on the course. And so when you have, we just freshly pressure washed the park and painted it. And so if you have, water in areas where people are going to slip, a couple of people did slip on their runs. They were trying to, we told them, hey, it's kind of still wet over there, but, go at your own risk, whatever. And they said, yeah, no, we want to continue. We want to start. So they started and they were, a couple of them slipped. But that's not really the best option. We do have a medic and an ambulance on standby as per the guidelines.
You never want to call it.
No,
that's the thing. I was telling the story when they first came in about how I was 13 years old and I was going to be a participant in a tournament that Gibson's was going to be doing back then, and unfortunately that got canceled because that was the same weekend Typhoon Pamela hit Guam, and they did not pick it up again. They just canceled it. We're not doing that. and so there was never a skate competition over
man.
at Gibson's the entire time the place existed. But more to a point that one of your other colleagues was making is it's important that we take a look around and think about an indoor skate facility that the kids might be able to use. That kids and adults can be able to use.
yeah.
You don't need a whole lot of height, so and warehouse will work, right?
Yeah. So what we see in these Asian countries right now, mostly Japan, but China is coming up. Korea is right behind them, and then you have Taiwan and the Philippines. Philippines has pro skaters coming out of there.
Bro,
So,
I was
yeah.
on the road with them. That was the other thing I was going to tell you. So Ayala Boulevard, I think, is the roadway is just crazy. I mean, there's multiple lanes of traffic going 24 hours a day, 6 days a week. Because on Sunday they close the road to cars and anything motorized, and the only thing that they allow is cyclists and runners and walkers and strollers. And there were more than one or two people rolling around on blades, and more than one or two people that were rolling around on skateboards as well.
That's good to see, yeah.
And they were into it as well. I mean, they were into the skate fashion was definite. There were guys in costumes on their bikes and on their skateboards. I mean, it really looked cool. With all of the people that were down there. And no, I don't run with a phone, so I wasn't able to take pictures of them. And by the time I did get my phone, most of them had already checked out for the day. But starting at 5:30 until like 10, they closed that roadway, and it is thousands and thousands of people enjoying the asphalt.
So the thing about that is that's really cool to see. And the Asian countries I just mentioned, one of them is producing the highest caliber athletes at a young age. So the top 10 street skateboardings for the men's division, you have 60% are from Japan. Then for the women's, 70% are from Japan. So when you look at the rankings, 1 to 10, all you see is Japan flags. All you see is Japan flags, right? Why? It's illegal to skate in Japan on the streets. You can't, we were trying to skate across the street to 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
And the police were like, hey. So you walk. They have to have indoor facilities. They don't, they have outdoor skate parks, but they don't allow you to transit. Like, you can't ride your skateboard to school.
It's not transportation.
Yeah, it's not transportation. It's not allowed. And not at least that's what everybody was saying. There are signs everywhere outside the exhibition center. You do not, it's by law, you cannot skateboard. So what do? They say, well, we'll just give them the best caliber, highest quality skate parks. And they're churning out athletes like you can't even believe. 15-year-olds winning like X Games, 15-year-olds winning, the World Skate Kitakyushu, the winner that won this last one. The podium for the men's was first, second, third, Japan. All of them from Japan.
So where are they getting? So facilities. I don't want to say that's the easy part, but of all of the things that might be among the easier parts, because there's money, there's foundations, there's people that will throw some resources at them. But where's the coaching coming from?
So here's the thing: is that Japan is heavily investing in skateboarding as a culture. They've invested so much money, the government, because they see it's in the Olympics. This is crazy. It gives kids resilience. You're throwing yourself down a stair set over and over and over again. Why? Why are you doing this? But then there's, if it's a deadbeat, dead end road, that's not it. That's not the case anymore. The case is you can have a legacy, you can have family, you can have like all of this crazy amount of sponsorship and build, and then you can become a coach. Where the coaching's coming from is either athletes from different nations who are in Japan, or people that, are in the industry that are Japanese. There's a lot of, you don't have to necessarily be a top caliber Olympic gold medalist skateboarder athlete to be a good coach, right? You can see the potential in an athlete, and then you can bring that out of them as a coach. But where we were at in the World Cup in Kitakyushu was basically the friends and family section, because we're all, nation officials. And so it's just the coaches, the doctors, the physios, the athletes, the team managers, and the presidents and the secretary generals in our section. So we're bumping, we're now peers with all these people. It's insane, right?
Yeah, hand out business cards. Hey, I'm from Guam. What are we doing?
We gave everybody has Guam Skate Network stickers. Everybody has, our cards. Everybody knows who we are. We're the smallest. We're actually the third. We're only the newest oceanic federation, but we're only one of 3. So New Zealand, Australia, and Guam. But as we were learning this, we go, okay, these guys are on a different level. You see their warm up, right? You see them warming up, and it's over days. It's hours of warm up into this circus. Like we're now in this huge circus that is competition skateboarding at the elite level, which is so cool. And so tying it back is, it's like $100,000 for the design for that park. It was the beautiful park. California skate parks build it, and then they demolish it after it's done because it's in an exhibition hall that they're renting.
Oh, I see.
So for Guam, what we would do is, if we did have a park that you could lock, you could have vendors in there, you could have a skate shop in there, you could have, great, and I know this is far-fetched, bathrooms that work and don't get vandalized. You can have CCTV in the park so it doesn't have graffiti. You have like a warehouse, open, semi-covered roof warehouse that doesn't blow away with the storm, but has chain link fence on the side so there's air and breeze. You have somebody work it, 2 people a day, a shift, whatever, and then you lock it.
Yeah.
You have judging workshops, coaching workshops, after-school skate programs. You can have after-school foster kids programs. You can have sky's the limit, regional competitions, 24 hours a day.
And it's not just skateboarding. We're not just talking about skateboarding. It's anything. It's got the little wheels on it. You can bring that with you.
Yes, and you could massage that into the community and have so much opportunity for a safe place.
We'll I promise get around to talking about Black Widow cleaning here in a couple of minutes. But I keep going over the opportunities in my head for something along these lines because there's and now we're talking about regional relationships that you can build, and there's nothing that says the Japanese do this all the time. They do this with runners. Is they will adopt runners and say, okay, you're Japanese now. You're going to train in Japan. You're going to live in Japan. You're going to represent Japan in the race. Maybe you were born in Kenya, but you're going to be representing Japan. You are now a Japanese racer, and they've figured out how to get all that stuff done. And maybe it could be one of those things where they adopt a skater from Guam, and then likewise in the other direction. Maybe there are things that they can do is, we got all these things in our skate park. Maybe you don't have that in yours, or there's less of an emphasis there. Come and train on Guam like the baseball teams do.
Sure, and that's exactly what we have in our, in our presentation. Basically, when we go to these different stakeholders to say, hey, this is who we are and this is what we're about. To touch on that, though. It's a beautiful thing, the residency requirements for Guam and the Guam National Olympic Committee when you're in Olympic qualifiers, because they didn't want to have another Team USA just come move to Guam. So it's the most strict residency requirements of any Olympic committee, which is, I think, great because it doesn't steal spots from local athletes, right? So you basically have the most strict requirements, and it's if you were born on Guam, right? Then you have a 5-year cumulative either school transcripts and or tax receipts or whatever your tax returns that you prove that you're here. Yeah, and if you weren't born on Guam but you're a U.S. citizen, 5 years consecutive up to the games or the qualifier, right? So you can't just say, oh, I was born in Canada but I've been living in Yugoslavia for like 45 years and I'm going to be for Canada. And so you can't do that. But to your other point, having them come, if we build the facilities, they will come. They will train. It's summer all year long. It's beautiful. The kids that we were talking to, and I call them kids because they're 15 and 18 and they're winning these competitions, okay? Yes, they are throwing themselves down, flipping into a handrail, and then flipping out with all sorts of spins. It's impossible, right? It's like, it's just Tony Hawk.
Even if you watch the video, you sit there and you go, how is that done? How are they capable of doing that? Well, there's plenty enough time to have this conversation, but if you haven't met him yet, I would put together an elevator speech and run into a guy named Shaq, who I think is on the back of in the back of today's Guam Daily Post. Shaq just did 100 miles to benefit the autism community here on Guam. He is the new boss over at Leo Palace, and he's crazy about using all of the facilities that they have there to benefit the community. So it's not just the bowling alley, it's not just the karaoke, it's not just the buffets. He's got the Guam Running Club there all the time. They're doing a ton of races now at Leo Palace. They're working on the baseball fields. They got the swimming pool. They may even have a facility where you might be able to put some. Shaq, if you're listening, I'm sorry to drop your name. We're
going to be in touch.
It could be something worth talking about. 9:28 in the morning. So we were supposed to talk about the family cleaning business, and we'll get around to doing that. Joe, do I have a KUAM newscast ready to go?
Yes, you do.
All right, going to take a real quick break here, and when we come back, we'll talk about what we were supposed to be talking about, and that is how we might be able to go in there and take care of some of those nuisance spots that you have at the house that you can't clean yourself. That's all ahead on the Ray Gibson Show. Here, the news from KUAM TV.
Buenas and Holiday Guam, I'm Jonathan Charfris. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Friday, December 12th. Crews with Hana Enterprises, Inc. hard at work testing the Guam Visitors Bureau holiday illumination displays at Skinner Plaza on Thursday. GVB Public Information Officer Lisa Bordallo says more of the Chamorro culture is being incorporated into this year's decorations. Bordallo adds crews will continue to install displays all along Pale Salvatores Road. Matsuki Hirayama has a story. You can watch it right now on our KWM News YouTube channel. As the sun sets prematurely on the emergency housing voucher program with national funds expected to run dry by March, the question now is, what will happen to those on the island who rely on it? The concern coming to the forefront during Thursday's Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority meeting as officials discussed a resolution to adopt the revised Public Housing 2025 emissions and continued occupancy policy, which would add a preference for EHV participants. GUR Deputy Director Fernando Esteves explaining the shortfall. Destiny Cruz Angus has that story. You can watch it right now on a KWM News Facebook page. And former Guam Federations of Teachers President Conrad Stinson, a defining figure in Guam's education labor movement, has died at 94 in Indiana. Stinson, a JFK social studies and driver's ed teacher, joined the union board in 1969 and became president the next year. He helped forge the first board union contract under Public Law 9-240 with a strong negotiating team that included Robert Klitsky, Robert Hartsock, and Robert Coble. He then built the union's foundation from Saturday steward trainings to strict by-the-book grievance work. Though known for his folksy Hoosier charm, even nicknamed Cornbread, Stinson was a tough political negotiator, famously sketching the $5,440 Gov Guam pay raise on a napkin at a Take 5 cafe. Stinson was close to former Governor Joe Atta, served on the retirement board, and later became Deputy Director of Education under Franklin Kitagwa. He longed to visit Guam again, but never made it back, keeping up with the island news through his family. His funeral will be held Friday near his Oakland City College alma mater in Indiana. For these stories and more, visit KWM.com. You can also catch a stream of our newscast on our YouTube channel or Facebook page. And to keep updated, follow KWM News on Instagram. Jonathan Charfris, KUAM News.
Guam Regional Medical City presents Your Gut, Our Focus. From digestive issues to advanced diagnostics. Join us Saturday, December 13th from 10 to noon at the Micronesia Mall Center Court for a community event focused on digestive wellness. Meet GRMC's team from gastroenterology, patient education, patient experience, and referral management. And learn how we can support your digestive health. At 10:30, enjoy a special presentation with Dr. Jill along with guests from ANX Robotics and GI Digital. Enjoy free vital checks, vendor booths, raffle prizes, and your chance to win the grand prize, a 55-inch smart TV. This event is free and open to the public. Join us December 13th at the Micronesia Mall.
Studio time, 9:31. Ray Gibson Show. Clayton Duvall in the studio. But you got so many different names. There's a Leonidas in there somewhere.
That's
isn't
my
there?
middle name, yep.
Yeah. What's the origin of that?
You
get that.
So I was infatuated with the 300 movie in high school, and nobody really knew my middle name. So when I started saying, "Oh yeah, that's my middle name," everyone was like, "You're so full of it. Why are you lying straight to our face, bro? You're just a liar. Like, it's despicable that you're obsessed with this movie, and now you're saying that's your middle name." And I brought my birth certificate to school, and they were like, "We were so sorry. We were just." It's my grandfather's middle name.
Oh,
on my
okay, got
dad's
it.
side.
So all right, so it just followed you in the DNA. Well, that's it's always interesting, when you start off with that. My favorite thing is I'm Ray Gibson on the radio, but every once in a while, occasionally, my bank name will slip out, and they go, "How are you a William?" You look like Ray and William. It's my bank name. It's the FCC name, all of that stuff. But it was one of those things. And again, grandfather's story. When I was born, and they called me William. My dad's name was Bill. He said, he's kind of little remark, passive aggressive. Said, "Oh, so he's not going to be named after me." And they said, okay, all right. It's a peace in the family. On the birth certificate, he's William, but we'll call him Raymond. And that's how all of that started. Names are fun. And so how did you come up with the name for your cleaning service, Black Widow Cleaning?
Well, yeah, it's kind of funny. So, Black Widows, they have like this big reputation of being these really dangerous spiders. You don't want to step on them. But in reality, they're actually shy. They don't really aggressive or antagonistic against humans, but they would bite if they're if they're threatened, right? So it's kind of cool. It's in that sense, it's like, hey, we kill grime, not time. We're fatal to stains, but we're cool with our customers, and it's an iconic kind of logo. It's different than the other ones. It's kind of cool branding, and it's just playful, right?
Yeah, you can remember.
You can remember it's a spider. Like, what is this? You guys clean spiders? Like, no, it's actually, we get in, we kill grime, not time. We're really fast. We get the job done fast. We have high quality machines, and so it's kind of a play, and it's just different than the other branding of like, we're a bubble cleaning company, or we do special clean. It's like puppets, like Team Pup and Suds. You remember that? Do you remember that?
Puffin stuff?
Team Pup and Suds. It was from this movie called Brink. It was a Disney movie, and there was like X Blades, rollerbladers, and then the other one was Team Pup and Suds, right? So it's like it's just two different things, This one's kind of the branding is like silent, tactical,
I like that. Yeah, on the back of it, silent, tactical, and then spotless.
Yeah.
Is the deal, and I'm gonna see if I can work out the magic on this. It's probably not gonna work, so I might have to take a picture and put it up on the screen. There's a website, right?
Yes, sir.
It's too late for me to type it in. But anyway, so blackwidowcleaning.com on the World Wide Web is where you'd find them, and that gets you all the contact information and things like that. What do you clean? I mean, so I'm bachelor, and I live in a house with an old bathroom, and we live in the part of Guam where GWA has the highest concentration of lime or just whatever it is, rock in the system, right? So my bathroom, anywhere I've got water, really, there's a patina, if you will, in some places it's sicker than others, of this buildup that comes from the rock that GWA sends to my house every day. And you got that, you combine that with mold and grime and all kinds of other stuff, just boy stuff, red dirt from hiking and all kinds of other stuff that comes in with the running clothes, is all of a sudden you look at it and say, oh, okay, I think I might need to call in somebody to really get this thing cleaned up. And I think that might be the case over at my place, although you and I are friends, I'd be embarrassed for you to come and see what the conditions of the bathroom are like. But anyway, it's starting there.
Yeah.
What do you do to take care of something like that?
So, first question: do you have floors in your house?
I use the floor.
You
Yes.
have floors?
There's a floor.
Okay,
in the
I'm a
house.
floor specialty cleaner.
Okay.
So I do carpet and upholstery. I expanded my services recently, so I do upholstery and mattresses and stuff like that. But I do mostly carpet and tile and grout cleaning. Yeah, and ceiling.
Well,
so,
the tile and grout's in the bathroom. I asked someone
Exactly. There you go. So no worries
the
there.
The floor is on the way to the
There
bathroom.
you go. So I've been doing carpet, extraction on the side for almost 15 years, and I kind of had this epiphany. I'm happy when I do this. I was doing the Lotus Surf Shop carpet, and I'm like, you should just do this. I've had a little bit of job uncertainty with I'm not sure if you're familiar. I do unexploded ordnance in my day-to-day. And so,
EOD. What do we know about EOD, guys? Real Joe?
I'm basically, I'm a civilian bomb technician, basically. But the secretary, long story short, the Secretary of the Navy put down a waiver that says we're descoping mech requirements from all construction on Guam. And does that sound unsafe? It definitely is. Does it make any sense? No. Will it save them a lot of money until an accident happens?
Yes.
Yes. And it'll get the construction done quicker? Yes. Does that mean the bombs are out of the ground magically? Absolutely not. So today is my last day at the company, actually, that I've been working for.
Yeah, I can
Live
tell.
on air, you heard it from me first.
If it wasn't, it will be now.
No, it is. And it's been a long time coming. This waiver came out in April, and I've lasted this long. So I'm very grateful. I've had a almost 5-year career in the civilian explosive ordnance kind of industry on Guam. But I've been building this business as a backup because I've been doing it for so long on the side, just in and out condo, move in, move out stuff. And, I was like, okay, so I just bought a whole new fleet of machines in July. And I was like, okay, I'm expanding my services. I'm doing all these things. I got certification. So right now I'm the only IICRC certified firm on Guam for cleaning. That's the International Institute of Cleaning Restoration Certification.
You're certified.
Certified, right? So you have to, take exams and pass exams to be able to get these certifications,
As
right?
it should be.
So, yeah, I mean, this is kind of a thing where I had the epiphany. I was cleaning the surf shop carpet, and I shake somebody's hand. I see face to face. I'm not on my phone all day trying to make money, like get rich quick schemes. I have a service. I do a great service. I go in. I say, what's up? I clean. You have pet urine. I get it out. You have grime. I get it out. You have bubble gum. I get it out. I leave. You're happy. I do a good service. We exchange that. And then it's like, I'm happy with that. It's fulfilling. And so it may be something that people don't say, oh, you clean carpets. It's like, yeah, but everybody's got floors. So you have tile and grout. You don't know how dirty your grout is. I guarantee the color isn't black when it was installed, right?
The old sandcastle was. The old sandcastle had the color black bathroom.
Some are black, but you know, it depends. It depends.
But I would equate it with in my head. Your description, I would equate it with pressure washing, water blasting, doing the yard. There's a process. It requires no thinking. You just get in and you begin the execution. You've got a machine that helps you do the work for the most part. You know how the machine works. You know what the object of the game is, and you get it done. For me, it's a question of, is that wall clean? Is that floor clean after I pressure washed it? Is the yard clean? Does it look like somebody's taking care of the place when I'm done? And the answer should be yes in every case. And there's got to be a degree of satisfaction when the customer leaves. You to the work, then the customer comes back and sees what you've done with it.
Yeah, and so
it looks like new.
Well, thank you very much. I hadn't cleaned my carpets since we installed it 12 years ago, but you did a great job. And so you do have to be weary, right? The carpet isn't going to speak up and say, this is what I'm made of. You have to be able to identify the fibers, because you can't just use any retail solution on any carpet. You could damage it. You could have it. I mean, like, for example, there's wool safe products. Some people have really old wool carpets. Are they a pain to clean? Absolutely. Is it impossible? No, it just really depends. Yeah. And so you have different fibers, you have different chemicals and solutions that you can use, but you have to be aware of that, or else you ruin someone's Moroccan rug. And how much did that cost? So you want to be weary of that. You can't just, yeah, man, no worries, I got this. And it's akin to the flow state of water blasting, right? You get up on a roof, you're pressure washing, you have a clear goal in mind, and that's clean this area, make the person happy. And so I expanded into that because everybody was like, oh, you do floors. What about roofs? Can you pressure wash my driveway? And so
do you have a ladder on you today?
Do I have a ladder on me today?
Yeah.
In my back pocket? No, but I do have a ladder.
You do have a ladder. Okay. Well, the reason why I ask is we had some air conditioning work being done in here.
Okay.
And one of the guys says it will help cool the building if you do some pressure washing, maybe painting on the roof. And
easy.
We work together, so I might as well ask you to do the job.
No problem.
Because otherwise I got to do it, and I got plans this weekend, so it's probably not gonna. We'll get together on a separate conversation, if you will, to go up there and if anything do the pressure washing, but maybe prep it for some painting down the road.
Yeah.
Okay, now getting back to my bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, because you sidetracked me.
So well, you have floors. You have scale.
So you got machines is the thing. So when you have gone into somebody's bathroom, like the one we talked about this at the show at the mall. There was a guy that took a picture of his shower on the base at the housing and the barracks that they've got there, and it was terrible. And there were a lot of guys that said, well, what do you expect here? Back in the olden days, you wanted to take a shower. There was a room way down there, and it was an open base shower, and the crappers were in there at the same time, and you took a shower with 20 people, or you didn't take a shower at all. And so you're lucky you've even got this private facility. But it looks like the previous tenants probably could have done some work with I don't know, some Clorox scrubbing bubbles or something like that, but it got away from them. So I mean, what is preferable? Is there a machine that you would bring into a bathroom that had a lot of scale and mold and grime, or would we hit that with chemical juice?
You could use elbow grease, determination, and sweat and all the retail chemicals on the shelf to try to get it away, but I have a specialty cleaning company. So what we do is we have really good machines, right? And so how you want to do this is you're going to have, agitation, you're going to have chemistry, you're going to have heat, and you're going to have time. So where you can water blast the heck out of lime scale off of your tiles in your bathroom and make a giant mess, if you have the proper chemistry, if you use, let's say if you have alkaline or, acidic, right? You have to know the pH scale and how to neutralize after you're done cleaning and how to wash it, right? So you go in there, you have a really powerful grout and tile cleaning, steaming tool, right? Which has really high PSI. It has heat. I have a heater, gets up to 210 degrees. So when I go in there, I'm not just hoping that it works. I know exactly what chemistry to use. I know exactly the tool, how I'm going to get it. You know, I don't just have a wand that's like 20 inches around. I have a small 4-inch wand that goes behind the toilet where everybody always ignores, okay? And then you get all that done, you use it, and then you scrub it down. And then what you can do, it's an option, you can have, you know, a penetrating sealer that goes on top of these tiles.
So we don't have to worry about,
it doesn't build up as bad.
Yeah.
Right. So for the next cleaning, it's much easier. And so that's something that I offer.
You mentioned time in there as well. I was maybe a YouTube thing or a TikTok thing when they were popcorn sealing. There it is, Tattoo Shauna talking about popcorn sealing here. But there was once I was watching something on the socials, and they said most of the time the reason why people like me get frustrated is because we spray the thing and then we wipe it, and they're saying no, let the chemical work.
Right.
Let the thing set a little bit and do its job before you decide that it's time to. It's just we can't stand the smell, or we want to get the job done as quickly as possible. But you do need to sort out a little bit of ticking time bomb time for the mold and the grout and the whatevers.
Yeah. So basically, you know, you have your chemistry, then you agitate, and then you allow for some dwell time, and then you jam heat on it, and you have high PSI and. There you go. You combine them all together, and you're able to clean it sufficiently.
You've got a lot of options now. Once you've got the chemicals and now you've got you know, the certification and the machines to get things done. Is this scalable? I mean, can I go apartment complex, condominiums, a row of condominiums or something like that? And you know, at the high end and at the low end, maybe can you vacuum my car? Can you clean the carpet in the car? Can you do something with the car seats?
Yeah. So actually, this is a beautiful question because I had a customer. I had a customer reach out to me, and he, great guy. He, you know, he was like, "Hey, I built, you know, I kind of like restore cars and get them back and sell them. You know, I got a couple seats. They've been sitting in the back of my truck. What's the first thing? Oh no, mold, right? Rust. Oh geez, right? So he said they're not that bad. They've been under a tarp. Anyway, he finds them. He sees them. He goes, actually, they smell way worse than I thought. And I was like, it's okay. I'm gonna come pick them up. I picked them up. I said, hey, realistic expectation. I might do 1 or 2 flushes. It might require more than that, but I'm going to do my best. Bunch of stains, you know, really bad water damage smell. And so another thing that we did was ozone generator to kind of get the rest of that, eliminate the rest of that smell.
That stuff works, huh?
Yeah. After I, you know, vacuumed this thing beyond belief, we were able to give it back to him, and he gave, I don't know. I mean, if you check the reviews, 5-star review from this gentleman, he really he appreciated it. But getting to condos, right? Most of my work is in high-rise buildings. And so if you have like a Stanley Steamer American-style van with a truck mount system, you're really good at doing houses because you have really, you know, you have the spools that hold all the cables and the hoses and stuff in the back. You have a beautiful $30,000 machine. You just turn it on, and then you run your hose. But you can't do that in an 8-story condo, right? No. So I have the strongest portable truck mount, basically, which is you wheel it up into the house. I have my heater, and I just got to find different circuits so I don't blow everyone's fuses. Now in a house, I bring my generator. Boom! I just did a job the other day where
so you don't have to plug in the 220 at somebody's house.
Well, if it's in a condo, I'm not bringing my generator up there, right? So yes, I do. I can. I just got to find the circuits, and I have a detector on the machine that says it beeps like, hey. You're on 2 different circuits. You're good to go. You're not going to blow anyone's fuses, right? This is high quality, the best equipment, right? And so I also have this ability to pump in and pump out. It's an auto fill, auto dump, right? So by code, by law, you need to dump all this waste into the toilet. But with an old system, you're filling it up. You spray your solution. You're filling it up. Oh, it ran out of water. Then you go and you dump it in the toilet. Then you come back, you fill it up again, and then that takes a lot of time. My system is auto-fill, auto-dump. So I have an adapter for the sink, and I have an adapter that goes straight to the toilet, and I could just run all day. That's basically how if you have really good equipment,
more efficient,
you're efficient.
And
right.
and that makes a difference. It'll make a difference in the time that you're spending in the place, the quality of the work that gets done, and more. So, Tattoo Sean, I gotta make a reference to. She was talking about popcorn sealing.
I'll tell you what. Somebody asked me to do a popcorn sealing job, and I forwarded them to a asbestos remediation service because, you do not want to mess around if you don't exactly know what you're dealing with. And a lot of the, like at the condo, Lupin Cove, right? There's asbestos in there, okay? Yeah. So
don't disturb it.
Don't give yourself mesothelioma. Well, all I'm saying is I have the liberty to, I don't really have this sort of egoic thing where every job that comes along, I say yes. If I don't know what I'm doing, hey, I got friends that do this. Hey, I got the specialty over here. Just defer to the experts. You know, I'm not going to try to take on something I have no clue. I stay in my lane.
Oh, yeah, you got me thinking about something now. I for a limited time I owned a condominium at University Gardens. And it was exactly that. Old building, old technology, old architecture, old aesthetic, right? Including a popcorn ceiling. It was filthy, and I didn't want to bother painting it because I knew it was going to come out looking ugly. So I just scraped it, and it never occurred to me that what I was scraping from the top of the ceiling who cares about whatever it is? It's not falling on me, but it was aerosol. Right. So it's possible that I might have breathed some of that stuff in. I didn't realize that there was a possibility there could be asbestos in it.
There could be. There could be. And but on Guam, you know, a lot of stuff built in that time.
We're talking about that time, so it's probably asbestos. The paint that I chipped off the wall was probably lead paint.
And the thing is, it's really hard to clean that stuff. It's really hard to clean to do it efficiently because there's so many different like surface areas to just wipe
that's
across.
Why I scraped it off. That's why I scraped the thing
so
off.
Hard.
And then I could paint the ceiling, and it looked a whole hell of a lot better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I know that there are especially companies that handle, you know, popcorn ceilings and asbestos remediation. I've seen actually on Instagram, there's this really cool machine that's just like a scraper suction vacuum extraordinaire straight to like a, you know, like a HEPA filter bag or something. But you just put it up and it just like sucks the popcorn ceiling, you know, away to the bare concrete, which I'm not sure if they have that on Guam, but they would make a pretty good amount of money.
Well, there's also the opportunity for investments to do other things. So I can see, like I said, the scalability of your business, the opportunities. I mean, because as you said, everybody's got a floor, everybody's got a bathroom for the most part. What about businesses? Do you do? I mean, I see you looking around at my acoustic tile or my acoustic carpeting on the walls, and you know, my carpet on the floor.
Yeah, it's very. I mean, the walls are clean. You haven't been too crazy in here yet. Maybe I don't know about the floors, but yes, businesses as well, commercial, residential, and you know, for bigger businesses, obviously better deals for more square footage, right? And so somebody asked me yesterday, they're like, "Hey, what about a rug this big?" And I'm like, "Well, it depends on the fiber. If it's a synthetic, it's going to be cheaper. If it's a wool carpet that's a really looped, tufted, you know, woven, it's like, wow, it's going to be really expensive because you have to take care, you have to take time, and it takes so much time. But really, a lot of what we're dealing with here, it's probably a synthetic, maybe a polypropylene or nylon.
I did not spend a lot of money on it.
Probably a nylon, right? And so stuff like this, you know, I do have a different, you know, like a price tier list for bigger. Whereas if you're into the 20,000, 30,000 square foot, you're going to give them better deals. You're going to have recurring service plans. So.
Well, that was the next thing. Recurring service plans, maintenance plans. You would contract for something like that for folks?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Even residential?
Quarterly, you know, semi-annually. For residential, it's kind of like, you know, maybe once a year, maybe twice a year.
Just do a deep clean on something?
Yeah. I did a quote the other day. I do free quotes, by the way, but I did a quote the other day at Leo Palace, and you know, one of those beautiful townhomes, and this lady and their family went on vacation to Japan for 5 days, and you know, they had dogs. And the dogs had a dog sitter, and maybe they didn't always use the outside for the bathroom. I'll just say that much. And so, you know, the whole entire unit's carpet, and they're like, "Hey, we really need you to come and take a look at it. When can you clean it?" You know, and I said, "Well, I'm going to give you a realistic expectation. I can get all the smell out. I can get all of, you know, the urine out, and you know, you can see the urine with the black light is everywhere." And so that's just one of the things that I can offer is, "Hey, I'll get this done for you, but here's a realistic, you know, expectation of the cost is if you have animals, if you have young children and there's urine present, it's a little bit more expensive, but it's a service that, you know, you want to have clean floors for your toddlers crawling around. You know, you want to have safe floors."
So when you clean up the urine from the dog, the cat, whatever, there's usually I forget what the name of it is. There's a spray that they put on, and I find that when I had an inside dog and we got a cat, and she uses the litter box, and she does, as far as I know, doesn't pee anywhere else. But I have had dogs in the past, and they don't know the difference sometimes from the inside and the outside. They don't care as long as they hit something, and then you clean it up, and then there's a spray, but I didn't like it because it made the house smell like a pet store, and I didn't want it to smell like a pet store. So when we've got something like that, and there's, you know, you've lifted up the stain, what's it going to smell like when you're done?
Yeah, so we have you know, specialty chemistry. I'll just have to say, you know, all of the solutions I have are from the States, specialty, floor cleaning chemistry companies. Nothing that I have you can find anywhere on the island. So, working with these companies in the States that are like, hey, we build the best chemistry and the best machines. Those are the people I deal with. What you would do is you might have like an enzymatic cleaner.
That's the one. That's the smell.
You might have had an enzymatic cleaner that maybe had like a no odor label, but obviously there's something that you don't want to smell. What I like to use has a eucalyptus odor. It's like an odor destroyer, and then it has a eucalyptus scent to it. So I basically remove and eliminate the odor. And then you smell eucalyptus. It's kind of a neutral smell everybody likes.
Got a couple of flavors of Febreze that I like.
Okay.
And so I could just follow you around with that after you've cleaned everything up and
whatever you do in your house, Ray. I am not going to say no, but I will advise if anybody is out there. Now here's just a small thing to leave with. Right. I get a lot of people that they're like, hey, all we did was spray Clorox on our carpets to get it off. The Clorox. And I go, you bleached your floors. Like, that's a chemical. You chemically changed that fiber. That's not a stain anymore.
Yeah.
It's different. So I cannot steam clean that out. It's always going to be there. So for all these people out here, please don't just use dish soap. Don't use laundry detergent. Don't use Clorox. And if you see something at Home Depot that says it's pH neutral, it's probably not. Just call a specialty floor care cleaner and they'll take care of you. Whether it's me or somebody else, there's plenty of competition, but just call a pro. That's what I got to say.
BlackWidowCleaning.com on the World Wide Web. I can give you a phone number. It's 877-255-9349. And if you missed that, just find us on YouTube and wind or rewind to where we are. BlackWidowCleaning.com on the World Wide Web. You busy these days?
Yes, I'm busy. Yeah. I have jobs lined up all next week, and I'm kind of like planning for after Christmas, pushing jobs, and I'm busy. Yeah,
okay,
it's really good.
Get in while you can. Do you do emergencies?
Yes. And it sounds like your roof here is an emergency. By the way, you're looking at me.
About the dead bodies,
bro. The dead bodies. I didn't ask him about the dead bodies. Have you had to clean the carpet of someplace where there hit a crime scene or where someone had expired and it was a while before they got found?
Yes, absolutely. One of the things is, that's an unfortunate part of life is that, you may expire and no one finds you in time.
Duh.
And there is a smell.
The cat will find me.
There is a smell that comes with that. And there's only, one machine that can get rid of that, and that's an ozone generator. It shoots extra oxygen molecules into the air and will kill everything. Everything. Humans, animals, plants. So the service is, you clear the house out of all those things, and then you run the ozone generator for a certain amount of time, and it will eliminate those smells. And so some of these, units that 15 dogs. Okay, my coworker sold his house, and he had 15 dogs. He loved dogs, and he rescued many dogs. And God bless him and his wife. They took them all, Ray. They took them all to Idaho. Okay, but the room that I had to run the ozone generator in overnight, it smelled like they had 15 dogs. Okay. I just picked up the check for that job yesterday. Yeah. Guess what it doesn't smell like? It does not smell like 15 dogs in that room. So they're going to sell that house. Yeah. They're going to be fine. And so you're dealing with extreme smells, and so that's another service I provide is an ozone generator service.
Okay, so there's a solution to the problem, whatever it happens to be. Quotes are free, as the man says. But you didn't really answer the question. Have you ever cleaned up after a dead body?
After a dead body?
Yes.
Yeah, carpets, yes, but I haven't cleaned up a person, like nobody's died on a carpet and then I cleaned up.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah.
But you have cleaned up after it. Sort of.
Yes,
okay.
they were on the bed, but yeah, I didn't clean the bed. The bed, I believe the bed was taken to the transfer station.
I would have taken it. To get rid of that immediately. A couple of minutes away from the top of the hour, we'll grab a quick break. I'm going to do a selfie here with Clay. Again, it's blackwidowcleaning.com on the World Wide Web. Easy to remember, and is an easy enough guy to have a conversation with. It's not like we're there's special radio interview magic we're doing. He's like this with everybody, yes. And we got to get together over at Carabao in the new location and have a couple of rounds.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. 9:57. Be right back.
The Hilton Guam Resort and Spa is hosting a celestial New Year's Eve countdown. This is an open bar New Year's Eve party at the Tree Bar, and tickets are only $60 per person or $100 per couple. DJ Mark kicks the New Year's Eve mix off at 9 p.m., and then it's a night full of raffle prizes, specialty cosmic cocktails, and a grand deal champagne toast at midnight. Dinner patrons at the Hilton that night get discounted no-host bar tickets for only $15. Get tickets at guamtime.net and at the Hilton front desk. Bud Light reminds you that responsibility matters.
This holiday season, Subway turns up the crave with the limited-time Festive Flavors collection. A lineup of 3 bold sub rings in beloved holiday flavors in handhelds with Subway's extra festive stuffing and cranberry sauce. Take a bite on the wild side with the Turhampton, oven-roasted turkey, ham, tender rotisserie-style chicken layered with Monterey cheddar, herb stuffing, onion, sweet cranberry sauce, and mayo. Served on hearty multigrain bread. Or set the Friendsgiving feast abuzz with the festive turkey and the festive chicken. Put a fresh twist on holiday feasting. Only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Tattoo Shauna said it was okay to put the pinup girls on the screen. She says
approved?
it was. Yeah, she has approved it, and there it is. That's not what I wanted to leave you with. I don't know how much time I've got, but there is one other thing, and we'll talk more about this next week. Real Joe sent in some paperwork here from his motorcycle, not his motorcycle, his bicycle buddies, and it looks like they're going to be having a Christmas ride starting at GVB. Where's this going to be headed?
To Tumon.
To Fridays and back?
Yeah.
Right on. Okay, all right.
Light up the bikes.
We'll talk more about this in the next couple of days. In the meantime, I got enough time to say for Real Joe and Donity, thanks so much for listening. Again, thanks very much to Charlie Hermosa for taking care of the first 2 days of the week, and good time with the Philippine Airlines on the way in, Heart of the Filipino, and do I have anything else? See you at the races. We got the Plumeria race tomorrow, 5 or 10K. I'll be running the 5, and I'll see you at the 5K, the Jingle Bell Run at Leo Palace, and probably 20 other things going on this weekend as well. It's 10 and time for the news.
Hours-long hearing for an accused killer. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Tyler Robinson, the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk, as he spoke on a Utah college campus in September in court in Provo. Judge Tony Graff laying down rules for cameras in the courtroom.
The transmission cannot begin until court is in session and must end as the court ends the session, and cannot be filmed before or after.
This coming as the defense complained after a live stream showed Robinson in shackles and lawyers' notes were visible. The judge expected a rule on allowing the audio transcript from an earlier hearing and a gag order later this month. As Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says U.S.-led peace talks are dealing with Russian demands for Ukrainian territory, President Trump expressed frustration that a deal hasn't come together.
I thought we were very close with Ukraine to having a deal. In fact, other than President Zelensky, his people loved the concept of the deal.
A meeting with Zelensky and European leaders is set for the weekend. The president said he will attend if there is a chance a deal can be made. The president with those comments after signing an executive order on an artificial intelligence that'll make sure it can operate within a single national framework with one central source of approval.
I believe there'll only be one country that really benefits, and it should be the United States, and it will be if we do this, if we're unified. We have to be unified.
The president says China already has a central source of approval, but he says AI companies want to do business with the U.S. The attorney for Kilmar Abrego Garcia says the man Homeland Security claims is an illegal migrant with ties to the MS-13 gang has been released from Immigration Detention Center in Pennsylvania after an order from a federal judge. His attorney says Abrego Garcia intends to return to Maryland, where he has an American wife and child. America's listening to Fox News.
I'm Emily Campagno, and I'm taking you inside the Idaho murders. In Moscow, Idaho,